Today, I've prepared the biography of Mark Zuckerberg. Before you fall asleep, make sure to tell us from where you're listening and what time it is. Now, calm down and listen to the story while falling asleep. I'm wishing you a cozy and comfortable night. As you settle into your comfortable position, let your breathing slow down and your muscles relax. Tonight, we'll gently explore the life journey of a young programmer who created one of the world's largest social networks. The soft blue glow of Facebook has become familiar to billions. But the story of its creator begins in a quiet New York suburb, where a curious child first discovered computers. Let the gentle rhythm of this story carry you toward peaceful dreams as we explore the path that led Mark Zuckerberg from his childhood bedroom to becoming one of the most influential tech innovators of our time. In the quiet suburbs of White Plains, New York, on a gentle spring day in 1984, a child was born who would one day reshape the way humans connect with one another. Mark Elliott Zuckerberg entered the world on May 14th, nestled into a family that valued education, communication, and the steady pursuit of one's interests. The early 1980s were a time of technological awakening in America, when personal computers were just beginning to find their way into homes, and the digital revolution was taking its first tender steps forward. Mark's father, Edward Zuckerberg, was a dentist who practiced from the family home, creating a unique environment where professional and family life blended together in a harmonious rhythm. Edward, known affectionately as Painless Doctor Z to his patients, maintained his dental practice on the first floor of their suburban house, while the family made their home in the floors above. The soft whirring of dental equipment and the gentle murmur of patient conversations formed the backdrop to young Mark's earliest memories. His mother, Karen Zuckerberg, was a psychiatrist before she chose to focus on raising her family. With her nurturing presence and keen understanding of human behavior, she created a warm, supportive home where intellectual curiosity was encouraged to bloom like flowers in a well-tended garden. The Zuckerberg household was one where questions were welcomed, books were treasured, and learning was woven into the fabric of daily life. Mark was not an only child, but grew up surrounded by the loving companionship of three sisters. Randy, Donna, and Ariel completed the Zuckerberg family circle, creating a home filled with the soft laughter of siblings and the gentle rivalries that help shape young minds. In this nurturing environment, each child was encouraged to develop their unique talents and interests, like stars finding their place in a constellation. The Zuckerberg family was Jewish, and they honored their heritage through traditions and celebrations that connected them to generations past. The rhythmic lighting of Shabbat candles on Friday evenings, the sweet taste of challah bread, and the joyful celebrations of holidays like Passover and Hanukkah provided young Mark with a sense of identity and belonging that would remain with him Throughout his life's journey, in the comfortable embrace of his childhood home, Mark displayed an early affinity for computers and programming. His father, recognizing this budding interest, brought home an Atari 800 computer in the mid-1980s. When Mark was just a young boy, this early introduction to technology would prove to be like planting a seed in fertile soil, one that would grow into something far beyond what anyone might have imagined. The soft glow of the computer screen became a familiar comfort to young Mark, who would spend hours exploring the possibilities contained within this new tool. While other children his age might have been outside playing catch or riding bicycles, Mark often found himself drawn to the logical puzzles and creative potential that programming offered. It was as if he had discovered a language that made perfect sense to him, a way of communicating with machines that felt as natural as breathing. As Mark moved through his elementary school years at Ardsley High School, his teachers began to notice his unusual aptitude for mathematics and sciences. His mind seemed to work in patterns and systems, finding connections and solutions where others saw only complexity. There was a gentle intensity to his focus, a quiet determination that set him apart from his peers in subtle ways. When Mark was about 12 years old, his parents hired a computer tutor named David Newman to work with him once a week. These sessions were like peaceful explorations of possibility, with Newman guiding young Mark through increasingly complex programming concepts. The relationship was one of mentor and protege, with Newman later recalling that teaching Mark was different from teaching other students. It was less like instruction and more like simply pointing him in a direction and watching him soar. Around this time, Mark created a simple messaging program called ZuckNet that allowed the computers in his father's dental office to communicate with the computers in their home upstairs. This early creation, born from a practical need to connect his father's business with family life, foreshadowed the much larger communication platform he would one day build. In the quiet moments after school, Mark would refine and improve his program, finding satisfaction in creating something useful for his family. The Zuckerberg family later moved to Dobbs Ferry, New York, where Mark transferred to Phillips Exeter Academy, a prestigious preparatory school known for its rigorous academic environment. Here, amid the historic brick buildings and tree-lined paths, Mark continued to develop his programming skills while also exploring other interests. He showed talent in literature and classical studies, particularly enjoying the ancient languages of Latin and Greek. There was something in the orderly structure of these ancient tongues that appealed to the same part of his mind that found beauty in computer code. Mark was not only academically gifted, but also participated in various sports and activities. He was captain of the fencing team, finding in this strategic sport a perfect balance of mental calculation and physical precision. The rhythmic advance and retreat of fencing, the careful positioning and timing, seemed to mirror the logical processes that fascinated him in programming. During his high school years, Mark's reputation as a programming prodigy began to grow beyond the walls of his school. He created a music player called Synapse that used artificial intelligence to learn the user's listening habits. This project caught the attention of both Microsoft and AOL, who expressed interest in purchasing the program and hiring Mark. Like a gentle stream that would one day become a powerful river, his talent was beginning to flow toward larger opportunities. Despite these early offers, Mark chose to continue his education, enrolling at Harvard University in 2002. The tree-lined yards and historic buildings of Harvard welcomed him into a new chapter of his life, one where his programming skills would soon find expression in ways that would change the course of human connection in the digital age. At Harvard, Mark studied psychology and computer science, a combination that reflected his interest in both human behavior and the technological tools that could be used to connect people. His dormitory room in Kirkland House became a quiet laboratory of sorts, where late into the night, illuminated by the soft blue light of his computer screen, he would work on various programming projects. It was during his sophomore year at Harvard that Mark created a program called FaceMesh, which allowed users to compare two student pictures side by side and choose who they thought was more attractive. This project, created during a long weekend in October 2003, caused a stir on campus and landed Mark in trouble with the Harvard administration for breaching security, violating copyrights, and violating individual privacy. The site was quickly shut down, but it had demonstrated both Mark's programming abilities and his interest in creating platforms for social interaction. The experience with FaceMesh, though controversial, contained the seeds of what would later become Facebook. In the quiet reflection that followed this early misstep, Mark began to consider how technology could be used to enhance social connections, rather than simply rating appearances. The idea began to take shape like a dream forming in the pre-dawn hours, soft and undefined at first, but growing clearer with each passing day. The gentle tapping of his keyboard during those winter weeks was the sound of a vision taking form, line by line of code, creating what would eventually become one of the most influential platforms in the digital world. On February 4, 2004, the Facebook was launched from Mark's dormitory room, initially available only to Harvard students. The site spread like a whispered secret through the Harvard campus, with students signing up at a rate that surprised even Mark himself. Within the first month, more than half of Harvard's undergraduates had registered. The simple blue and white interface offered a digital space where students could create profiles, share information, and connect with one another in ways that felt both new and somehow deeply familiar. As the Facebook expanded to other Ivy League schools, and then to more universities across the United States. Mark assembled a small team to help manage the growing platform. His college roommates, Dustin Moskovitz and Chris Hughes, along with Eduardo Saverin, became early partners in the venture. Together, they navigated the unexpected success of their creation, making decisions that would shape its future development. The summer of 2004 brought significant changes for Mark and his fledgling company. He and several friends moved to Palo Alto, California, renting a small house that served as both living quarters and workplace. The California sunshine was a contrast to the New England winters they had left behind, and the proximity to Silicon Valley placed them at the heart of the technology industry. It was during this time that Mark met Sean Parker, one of the founders of Napster, who became interested in the Facebook and introduced Mark to potential investors. This meeting, like a gentle current changing the direction of a journey, would help steer the company toward greater expansion and eventually lead to significant investment from Peter Thiel, co-founder of PayPal. This decision, made when he was just 20 years old, was a pivotal moment in his life journey. A quiet yet profound choice to follow the path that his creation was opening before him. The early days of Facebook as a company were characterized by rapid growth and the youthful energy of its founders. The small house in Palo Alto became legendary for its casual atmosphere and the intense work that took place there. Stories of late-night coding sessions, impromptu meetings around the kitchen table, and the famous move fast and break things philosophy began to form the mythology of Facebook's origins. Mark's leadership style during these formative years was marked by a focus on the product itself rather than immediate monetization. He was guided by a vision of connecting people across the world, creating a platform that would make the world more open and connected. This vision, expressed in quiet determination rather than grand pronouncements, would remain at the core of Facebook's mission as it grew from a college networking site to a global platform with billions of users. As Facebook expanded, so too did Mark's responsibilities and the challenges he faced. The young man who had once coded late into the night in his Harvard dormitory now found himself leading a company that was changing the way people around the world communicated with one another. The gentle rhythm of those early days gave way to the more complex cadence of managing a growing organization, navigating privacy concerns, and making decisions that would affect millions of users. Throughout these changes, Mark maintained certain habits and characteristics that had been present since his childhood. His wardrobe became famously minimalist, often consisting of gray t-shirts and hoodies, a choice he explained as a way to reduce the number of decisions he needed to make each day. This simplicity in personal style reflected a mind that preferred to focus its energy on the complex problems of building and improving Facebook. The story of Mark Zuckerberg's early life is one of quiet determination, of a mind drawn to the patterns and possibilities of programming, and of a vision for connection that would ultimately reshape the digital landscape, from the suburban home where he grew up to the Harvard dormitory where Facebook was born. His journey was shaped by supportive parents, educational opportunities, and an innate understanding of how technology could bring people together. As we drift toward sleep, we might imagine young Mark sitting before the gentle glow of a computer screen, fingers moving across a keyboard, creating lines of code that would one day connect billions of people. In the quiet moments of creation, in the patient solving of problems, and the steady pursuit of a vision, we find the essence of his early years, a time of learning, growing, and laying the foundations for what was to come. Let us drift further into the story as we explore the next part of this fascinating journey. The gentle breeze of family history flows through time, carrying the stories of those who came before us, shaping our present in ways both seen and unseen. As we settle in for this peaceful journey through Mark Zuckerberg's ancestral past, allow yourself to relax, to breathe deeply, and to drift along the river of time that brought this influential figure into our world. Mark Elliott Zuckerberg was born on May 14, 1984, in White Plains, New York, into a family whose roots reach across continents and generations, weaving together threads of resilience, intellectual curiosity, and cultural tradition. If we follow these threads backward through time, we find ourselves in the early 20th century, when Mark's grandparents were making their way in a world very different from our own. On his father's side, Mark's family history connects to Germany and Poland, places of rolling hills and ancient forests where Jewish communities had lived for centuries, preserving their traditions through times of hardship and moments of joy. His paternal grandfather, Jack Zuckerberg, carried these European roots to America, part of a generation seeking new beginnings while holding tight to the values and memories of their ancestors. Mark's grandmother Rose, with her warm smile and gentle hands, brought her own family stories to the Zuckerberg lineage. In the quiet evenings of Mark's childhood, these stories would sometimes emerge like soft whispers from the past, tales of courage during difficult times, of small celebrations that sustained hope, of the importance of education and family bonds that could not be broken by distance or hardship. On his mother's side, Mark's heritage extends to Austria and other parts of Eastern Europe. His maternal grandfather, Sidney Kempner, was a lawyer whose analytical mind and attention to detail may have influenced the methodical thinking that would later characterize his grandson's approach to technology and business. The Kempner family, like many Jewish American families of their generation, emphasized education as both a practical necessity and a cultural value, seeing in knowledge the keys to both prosperity and understanding. Mark's grandmother, on his mother's side, brought her own rich cultural inheritance to the family tapestry. In the kitchen of Mark's childhood home, recipes passed down through generations might occasionally fill the air with aromas connecting present moments to past traditions. Perhaps the comforting scent of freshly baked challah bread on Friday evenings, or special dishes prepared for holidays that marked the rhythm of family life through the seasons. Mark's parents, Edward and Karen Zuckerberg, created a home environment where these various cultural threads were woven together with contemporary American life. Edward, a dentist by profession, brought precision and care to both his work and family life. Karen, trained as a psychiatrist before becoming a mother, contributed sensitivity to emotional nuance and an understanding of human connection that may have influenced her son's later interest in social networking. The Zuckerberg household in Dobbs Ferry, New York, was a place where intellectual curiosity was nurtured alongside family traditions. Jewish holidays were observed with varying degrees of tradition, creating memories and connections to cultural heritage that flowed gently through the family's everyday life. The celebration of Passover, with its ritual retelling of ancient stories of liberation, or the lighting of Hanukkah candles through 8 winter nights, marked the passage of time and reinforced family bonds across generations. In this nurturing environment, young Mark and his 3 sisters, Randy, Donna, and Ariel, grew up with a sense of both rootedness and possibility. The family valued education highly, a priority that reflected both American aspirations and the traditional Jewish emphasis on learning. This value was expressed not just in formal schooling, but in the everyday conversations and activities that filled their home with ideas and questions. The Zuckerberg family traditions likely included not only religious observances, but also the small, tender rituals that make each family unique. Perhaps special birthday celebrations, summer vacations to places of natural beauty or historical significance, or weekly family dinners where conversations ranged from school experiences to world events. These moments, flowing one into another like gentle waves on a shore, created the emotional landscape of Mark's early years. As we imagine the Zuckerberg family gathered around their dining table on a quiet evening, we might see the influences that would later shape Mark's worldview. His father's methodical approach to problems, his mother's understanding of human psychology, and the stories of ancestors who had crossed oceans and borders to create new lives while maintaining connections to their past. The family's Jewish heritage provided not only religious tradition, but also cultural values that emphasized community responsibility, ethical behavior, and the concept of tikkun olam, the idea that each person has a role in repairing and improving the world. These concepts, absorbed through family conversations and community participation, may have later influenced Mark's stated mission to connect people and build community through technology. In the Zuckerberg home, technology was embraced early. Edward used computers in his dental practice in the 1980s, a time when such digital tools were still relatively new in small medical offices. This early exposure to the practical applications of technology created an environment where computers were seen as tools for solving problems and improving lives, rather than mysterious or intimidating devices. The family story includes a moment that has become part of the Zuckerberg legend. When Edward brought home an Atari 800 computer in the mid-1990s, introducing young Mark to the world of programming. This gift, presented not as a toy, but as a tool for learning and creation, reflected the family's value of education and their recognition of their son's particular interests and abilities. In the quiet evenings after school, while other children might have been watching television or playing outside, young Mark often sat before the gentle glow of the computer screen, teaching himself programming languages with the patient determination that would later become one of his defining characteristics. His sisters sometimes teased him about his absorption in this digital world, but the family generally supported his interests, recognizing in them both passion and potential. The Zuckerberg family tradition of education continued when Mark attended Phillips Exeter Academy, a prestigious preparatory school with its own rich history dating back to 1781. Here, Mark's horizons expanded beyond the familiar surroundings of Dobbs Ferry, exposing him to diverse perspectives and challenging intellectual environments. Yet, even as he moved into this wider world, the foundation laid by his family, the values, stories, and traditions, remained with him, an invisible but essential part of his developing identity. Throughout his youth, Mark maintained connections to his extended family, grandparents, aunts, uncles, and cousins, whose own stories and experiences added dimension to his understanding of his place in the world. Family gatherings during holidays or special occasions likely brought together these various branches of the family tree, creating moments of connection across generations and reinforcing the sense of belonging to something larger than oneself. When Mark left home for Harvard University in 2002, he carried with him not only his personal belongings, but also the invisible inheritance of family history, the resilience of ancestors who had faced challenges and created new beginnings, the value placed on education and intellectual achievement, and the understanding that technology could be a tool for solving problems and connecting people. It was at Harvard, of course, that Mark would begin creating Facebook, initially as a way to connect students on campus. This project, which would eventually grow far beyond its original scope, reflected both his technical abilities and his interest in human connection, interests that had been nurtured in different ways throughout his family history. As Facebook grew from a college project to a global platform connecting billions of people, Mark's family remained a grounding influence in his life. His parents watched with pride, and perhaps some amazement, as their son's creation transformed the digital landscape. His sisters pursued their own paths while maintaining the family bonds that had been established in those formative years in Dobbs Ferry. In 2012, Mark married Priscilla Chan, a pediatrician and philanthropist whose own family history included her parents' journey as refugees from Vietnam to America. This union brought together two family narratives of migration, resilience, and achievement, creating a new chapter in the ongoing story. When Mark and Priscilla became parents to their daughters, Maxima and August, they began the process of transmitting family values and traditions to a new generation, continuing the flow of cultural inheritance through time. Throughout these changes, Mark maintained certain habits and characteristics that had been present since his childhood. His wardrobe became famously minimalist, often consisting of gray t-shirts and hoodies, a choice he explained as a way to reduce the number of decisions he needed to make each day. This simplicity in personal style reflected a mind that preferred to focus its energy on the complex problems of building and improving Facebook. In interviews and public appearances, Mark has occasionally referenced his Jewish heritage, acknowledging it as part of his identity, while generally maintaining privacy around his personal religious practices. This balance between acknowledgement of cultural roots and focus on forward-looking innovation reflects the complex interplay of tradition and change that characterizes many modern American families with immigrant histories. The Zuckerberg Chan family has established significant philanthropic initiatives, including the Chan Zuckerberg Initiative, which focuses on education, science, and community building. This commitment to using resources for social improvement echoes the value of tikkun olam from Mark's Jewish heritage, suggesting that family traditions continue to influence his worldview and choices, even as he shapes new technologies and possibilities for the future. As we drift toward sleep, we might imagine the invisible threads that connect each of us to our ancestors, the stories and values that flow through generations like gentle rivers, sometimes visible in our choices and perspectives, sometimes hidden beneath the surface of our daily lives. In Mark Zuckerberg's story, we see how family history, the migrations and struggles, the traditions and adaptations, the small moments of connection, and the larger cultural inheritances creates the foundation upon which individual lives are built. The quiet influence of grandparents who carried memories of other lands, of parents who valued education and supported their children's unique interests, of cultural traditions that provided both structure and meaning. All these elements combined to shape the person who would create tools for connection in a digital age. As our breathing slows and our minds grow peaceful, we might appreciate how each family story, including our own, contains these precious threads of continuity and change, weaving together past and present in the ongoing tapestry of human experience. The peaceful narrative of this life continues as we turn our attention to what happened next. In the gentle rolling hills of Westchester County, New York, where the seasons paint the landscape in shifting colors throughout the year, a young Mark Zuckerberg began his journey into the world. Dobbs Ferry, the suburban community where he spent his formative years, offered a particular rhythm of life that would quietly shape his developing mind. Picture tree-lined streets where maple and oak trees cast dappled shadows on sidewalks, their leaves rustling softly in the breeze, whispering secrets of changing seasons to anyone who might listen. The Zuckerberg family home nestled comfortably within this peaceful setting, a modest 2-story house with warm, inviting spaces where family life unfolded day by day. Inside those walls, the soft padding of footsteps on carpeted stairs, the gentle hum of conversation around the dinner table, and the subtle clicking of computer keys became the soundtrack of Mark's childhood. The house wasn't extravagant, but provided ample room for a family of 6: Mark, his 3 sisters, and his parents, to move through their daily routines with ease. In the living room, bookshelves lined the walls, filled with volumes that reflected the family's value of knowledge and learning. Medical journals belonging to his father Edward, a dentist, sat alongside psychology books owned by his mother Corinne, who worked as a psychiatrist before managing her husband's dental practice. These books, with their slightly worn spines and pages filled with complex ideas, created a silent but powerful presence in the home, suggesting to young Mark that knowledge was something to be treasured and pursued. The changing light through the windows marked the passage of time throughout the days. Morning sunlight would filter through curtains, casting a golden glow across breakfast tables, where cereal bowls clinked against spoons, and quiet conversations about the coming day took place. Afternoons brought a different quality of light, more direct and clear, illuminating homework spread across kitchen tables or board games shared between siblings. Evenings wrapped the home in softer, amber tones as lamps were switched on and the family gathered for dinner, sharing stories of their day as the outside world gradually darkened. Beyond the immediate comfort of home, the neighborhood offered its own gentle embrace. Dobbs Ferry, with its population of just over 10,000 residents, provided a sense of community where faces became familiar and routines intersected in predictable ways. The local grocery store where cashiers might know your name, the public library with its hushed atmosphere and endless rows of possibilities, the schools where friendships formed and ideas were exchanged. All these spaces created a tapestry of small-town life that was both nurturing and stable. The natural environment surrounding Dobbs Ferry added another layer to Mark's childhood experience. The community sits along the eastern shore of the Hudson River, where water stretches wide and reflective, catching the colors of the sky and carrying them in gentle ripples toward distant shores from certain vantage points in town, this majestic river would have been visible, a constant reminder of the wider world beyond the immediate community, of the flow and connection between places near and far. Seasons moved through this landscape with unhurried grace. Spring brought the delicate green of new leaves, and the scent of flowering trees carried on warming breezes. Summer filled the air with the buzzing of insects and the occasional distant laughter of children playing in backyards or community parks. Fall transformed the trees into brilliant displays of orange, red, and gold, while the crunch of fallen leaves beneath feet marked each step with a satisfying sound. Winter wrapped the community in stillness, snow muffling the usual sounds and transforming familiar landscapes into quiet wonderlands of white. In this environment, young Mark moved through the ordinary routines of childhood. The walk to school might have taken him past houses where neighbors waved from porches, along sidewalks where the concrete had been lifted slightly by tree roots reaching beneath, creating small undulations that a child might notice more readily than an adult. The school buildings themselves, Ardsley High School initially, and later Phillips Exeter Academy, provided structured environments where learning was valued and intellectual curiosity encouraged. Inside these educational spaces, the soft scratch of pencils on paper, the gentle turning of textbook pages, the quiet discussions between students working on projects together created a backdrop for academic growth. The computer labs, with their humming machines and glowing screens, became particularly significant spaces for Mark, places where his natural affinity for programming could find expression and development. The rhythmic clicking of keyboards, the soft whirring of computer fans, the moments of focused silence broken by exclamations of discovery. These sensory experiences accompanied his early explorations of coding and software development. At home, Mark's bedroom gradually transformed into a personal workshop of sorts. A desk, positioned perhaps near a window, offered both a workspace and a connection to the outside world. Computer equipment accumulated over time: monitors, keyboards, CPUs with their occasional blinking lights, and quiet operational sounds. Books and magazines related to programming might have been stacked nearby, their pages dog-eared or marked with notes. This room became a sanctuary of sorts, a place where ideas could be explored without interruption, where the hours might pass unnoticed as projects took shape on glowing screens. The Zuckerberg family was Jewish, and this cultural and religious heritage provided another dimension to Mark's childhood environment. The gentle traditions of Shabbat might have brought the family together on Friday evenings, candles casting soft, flickering light across tables set with special meals. The yearly cycle of holidays, Rosh Hashanah, with its sweet foods symbolizing hopes for a sweet year ahead. Passover, with its ritual retellings of ancient stories. Hanukkah, with candles adding light to winter darkness, provided rhythm and meaning to the passage of time. These traditions connected the suburban American experience of the Zuckerbergs to generations past, to ancestors who had lived in different lands and spoken different languages. The value of education, so evident in their home, echoed the Jewish tradition of learning and intellectual engagement. The concept of tikkun olam, the responsibility to heal and repair the world, flowed quietly through their family life, perhaps discussed explicitly at times, perhaps simply modeled in the choices and priorities of parents, raising their children to be thoughtful, engaged members of society. The social landscape of Mark's childhood extended beyond family to include friends, classmates, teachers, and mentors who recognized his unusual abilities. His father, Edward, hired software developer David Newman to provide private lessons for Mark when his interests in programming became apparent. These tutorial sessions, perhaps taking place at the dining room table or in Mark's bedroom, created spaces of focused learning and mentorship that supplemented his formal education. At school, Mark moved through social environments that weren't always easy for someone with his particular combination of intense focus and intellectual gifts. The hallways and cafeterias of educational institutions have their own unwritten rules and hierarchies, their own patterns of inclusion and exclusion that can be challenging to navigate for a young person deeply engaged with computers and programming in the 1990s. Before such interests became more mainstream, finding like-minded peers might have required extra effort or patience. Yet within these environments, Mark did find connections. At Phillips Exeter Academy, the prestigious boarding school he attended for his final years of high school, he encountered other academically oriented students and teachers who could appreciate his abilities. The campus itself, with its historic buildings and carefully maintained grounds in New Hampshire, provided a different setting from suburban New York, more formal in some ways, with traditions dating back to the school's founding in 1781, yet also more immersive as a residential community where students lived and learned together. Throughout these years, the technology that would eventually become central to Mark's life and work was evolving rapidly around him. The 1990s and early 2000s saw the expansion of the internet from a specialized tool used primarily in academic and military contexts to a more widely accessible network beginning to touch everyday life. The distinctive sound of dial-up modems establishing connections, the gradual shift from desktop computers to more portable devices, the emergence of early social platforms. These developments formed the technological backdrop to his adolescence within the Zuckerberg home. This evolution might have been particularly noticeable. New equipment arriving, discussions about the potential of emerging technologies, the family's Atari computer giving way to more sophisticated systems. These changes would have created a sense of exciting possibility, of participating in a significant transformation of how people would eventually communicate and connect. As we follow the gentle thread of Mark's early years, we see how these physical and social environments, the suburban community with its seasonal rhythms, the family home filled with books and values, the educational institutions that provided both challenges and opportunities, the emerging technological landscape that offered new tools for creation, all contributed to shaping the person he would become, the founder of Facebook, one of the most influential social platforms in history. Began as a child moving through these ordinary, yet formative spaces, absorbing their lessons and possibilities. The Zuckerberg initiative, established many years later with his wife, Priscilla Chan, reflects in some ways the values that surrounded him in those early years: the importance of education, the potential of technology to create positive change, the responsibility to contribute to the broader community, the Jewish concept of tikkun olam that might have been discussed around family dinner tables or demonstrated through community involvement, found expression in this philanthropic commitment to improving education, addressing disease, and supporting community development. As our thoughts grow quieter and our breathing deepens toward sleep, we might reflect on how the environments of our own childhoods continue to influence us in ways both recognized and unrecognized. The neighborhoods where we played, the homes where we felt safe or uncertain, the natural landscapes that provided beauty or challenge, the cultural traditions that gave meaning to our days. All these elements become part of who we are, shaping our perceptions and possibilities, even as we move through the world as adults. In the story of Mark Zuckerberg, as in all our stories, we see the gentle power of place and community, the way physical surroundings and social connections create the context within which individual lives unfold. From the tree-lined streets of Dobbs Ferry to the historic campus of Phillips Exeter, from family Shabbat dinners to late nights coding at a bedroom desk, the environments of his childhood provided both roots and wings, the stability of belonging and the freedom to imagine new possibilities. As sleep approaches and our thoughts grow more distant, we might appreciate how each person's story contains these elements of place and connection, of cultural inheritance and individual exploration. The environments that shape us become part of our internal landscapes, influencing how we see the world and what we believe is possible within it. In this shared human experience of being formed by our surroundings, we find both our uniqueness and our common ground, drifting now toward dreams that may carry echoes of all the places we have called home. As you relax deeper, let us now softly explore the next chapter of this soothing biography. In the quiet spaces of our memories, we find the gentle unfolding of Mark Zuckerberg's educational journey, a path that would eventually lead to the creation of a digital landscape that connects billions of people around the world. As we settle into this story, feel your breathing deepen, your thoughts slowing to match the peaceful rhythm of these words. Mark Elliott Zuckerberg's intellectual development began in the nurturing environment of his childhood home in Dobbs Ferry, New York. There, amid the soft rustling of suburban trees and the warm glow of family connections, young Mark's curious mind first began to explore the world around him. His father, Edward, a dentist with a natural aptitude for technology, introduced Mark to computers when he was just a small boy. Imagine those first moments of discovery. A child's eyes widening with wonder at the possibilities contained within a screen and keyboard. The quiet hum of the family's Atari 800 becoming a familiar, comforting sound in the background of his formative years. In the gentle progression of elementary school days, Mark's teachers began to notice his unusual capacity for concentration, his ability to become completely absorbed in subjects that captured his interest. Picture a young boy with curly hair bent over a book or puzzle, the world around him fading away as his mind worked through problems with patient determination. These early years established patterns of thought and focus that would serve him well throughout his educational journey. At Ardsley High School, Mark's academic gifts became more apparent, his mind naturally drawn to mathematics and the sciences. The structured environment of high school classes provided a framework for his developing intellect, while the social landscape offered its own kind of education, though somewhat reserved in large groups. Mark formed meaningful friendships with peers who shared his interests, creating small communities of learning where ideas could be exchanged in comfortable conversation. After his sophomore year, Mark transferred to Phillips Exeter Academy, a prestigious preparatory school in New Hampshire. Imagine the campus in autumn, historic buildings surrounded by trees with leaves turning golden and red, pathways winding between classroom buildings where generations of students had walked before. In this environment rich with tradition and academic excellence, Mark's intellectual horizons expanded even further. The school's emphasis on independent thinking and rigorous analysis suited his natural learning style, allowing his mind to explore connections between different fields of knowledge. At Exeter, Mark particularly excelled in classical studies, developing proficiency in Latin and ancient Greek that might seem surprising for someone so associated with cutting-edge technology. There is something soothing in this connection between ancient and modern ways of organizing information and communication. A reminder that human beings have always sought better ways to share knowledge and connect with one another. In the quiet hours of study, translating texts written thousands of years ago, Mark was unconsciously preparing for a future role in transforming how people communicate in the digital age. His interest in computer science deepened during these preparatory school years. The logical structures of programming languages appealing to his methodical mind. In his junior year, Mark created an early music player called Synapse that used artificial intelligence to learn the user's listening habits. Microsoft and AOL expressed interest in purchasing this creation and hiring its young developer. But Mark chose to keep his options open, his path still unfolding before him like a road, disappearing into a gentle morning mist when the time came for college applications. Mark was accepted to several prestigious universities, but chose Harvard University, arriving at its historic campus in the fall of 2002. Picture the red brick buildings and tree-lined paths of Harvard Yard, students crossing the green spaces with backpacks full of books, the change of seasons marking the passage of academic terms. In this environment of intellectual richness and ambition, Mark enrolled as a psychology major, though he continued to pursue his interest in computer science through elective courses. The psychology courses offered insights into human behavior and social connections that would later inform his understanding of how people might interact in digital spaces. Meanwhile, his computer science classes provided the technical foundation for translating these insights into functional platforms. This intersection of human psychology and computer programming created a unique perspective, a way of seeing both the technical and human dimensions of digital communication. In the comfortable quiet of dormitory rooms and computer labs, Mark continued to develop his programming skills, creating small projects that allowed him to experiment with different approaches to software design. His reputation as a skilled programmer grew among his peers, leading to collaborations with other students interested in creating new digital tools. These partnerships offered opportunities to combine different perspectives and skills, enriching everyone's understanding through the gentle give and take of shared problem solving. During his sophomore year at Harvard, Mark created a program called Course Match, which helped students choose classes based on what others were selecting. This early social tool demonstrated his growing interest in using technology to facilitate connections between people, to make visible the invisible networks of shared interests and activities that bind communities together. The positive response to Course Match encouraged him to continue exploring the possibilities of social software. Later that same year, in the colder months, when New England winters keep students indoors, Mark developed a project called Face Mesh. Though controversial in its implementation, this project revealed Mark's developing understanding of how digital platforms could capture and reflect social dynamics. The experience taught valuable lessons about privacy, consent, and the responsibilities that come with creating technologies that affect how people perceive themselves and others. These lessons would inform his later approach to developing more thoughtful social platforms. In the winter of his sophomore year, Mark began work on a new project that would eventually become Facebook. In the quiet hours of night, while many of his fellow students slept, He wrote thousands of lines of code in his dormitory room, creating the foundation for what would become the world's largest social network. Imagine the soft blue light of a computer screen illuminating a concentrated face, fingers moving steadily over a keyboard, pausing occasionally as thoughts crystallized into solutions. The room otherwise still and dark around him. The initial version of the Facebook, as it was first called, launched in February 2004, limited at first to Harvard students. The platform spread quickly through the university community, students signing up to create profiles, connect with classmates, and share aspects of their lives in this new digital space. The positive response encouraged Mark to expand access to other Ivy League schools, then to more universities across the country. The network growing organically through existing social connections. As Facebook gained momentum, Mark made the significant decision to leave Harvard after his sophomore year, moving to Palo Alto, California, to devote himself fully to developing the platform. Though he would later receive an honorary degree, he did not complete his formal education in the traditional sense. Instead, the world itself became his classroom. The rapid growth of Facebook, providing daily lessons in technology, business, human psychology, and the complex ethics of creating digital spaces where billions of people would eventually interact. The education that began in classrooms continued in the practical laboratory of building and expanding a global platform. Mark surrounded himself with mentors and advisors who could provide guidance in areas where his experience was limited. Sean Parker, co-founder of Napster, offered insights into the technology industry and introduced Mark to potential investors. Don Graham, then CEO of the Washington Post company, became a trusted advisor on media and business matters. Sheryl Sandberg, who joined Facebook as Chief Operating Officer in 2008, brought valuable experience from Google and the Treasury Department. Throughout this period of intensive learning and growth, Mark maintained his characteristic focus and determination, approaching each new challenge with the same patient problem-solving that had characterized his earliest encounters with computers. The habits of mind developed during his formal education, logical analysis, systematic thinking, attention to detail, served him well in his role as CEO of an expanding company. At the same time, he continued to develop new skills in leadership, communication, and strategic planning. His education now taking place in boardrooms and product development meetings rather than lecture halls. In the years that followed, Mark's intellectual development continued through reading, conversation, and direct experience. He set personal challenges for himself each year, from learning Mandarin Chinese to reading books from different cultural perspectives, continuing to expand his understanding of the world and the diverse people who use the platform he created. The curious child who first encountered computers in his family home had become a lifelong learner, constantly seeking to broaden his knowledge and refine his thinking. The story of Mark Zuckerberg's education reminds us that learning takes many forms and follows many paths. For some, the traditional progression through established institutions provides the structure needed for intellectual growth. For others, like Mark, formal education serves as a foundation that supports more self-directed learning, a starting point rather than a complete journey. In either case, the development of the mind involves both acquiring knowledge and learning to think in new ways, both mastering existing tools and creating new ones. As we drift closer to sleep, we might reflect on how each person's educational journey shapes not only their individual life, but also the world we share. The lessons Mark learned in classrooms, dormitories, and eventually corporate offices have influenced how billions of people connect with one another, share information, and form communities in digital spaces. The ideas that began to form during his school years have expanded into tools and platforms that have transformed human communication on a global scale. In these quiet moments between wakefulness and dreams, we can appreciate how education, in its broadest sense, prepares us not only for the work we will do, but for the people we will become, the subjects we study, the mentors who guide us, the challenges we overcome, all contribute to shaping our understanding of ourselves and our place in the world. For Mark Zuckerberg, as for each of us, education provided both skills and perspective, both knowledge and the capacity to imagine new possibilities as sleep approaches, bringing its gentle healing and renewal. We might take comfort in the continuity of human learning across generations. The ancient languages Mark studied at Exeter connected him to thinkers from thousands of years ago, just as the technologies he helped create now connect people across vast distances. In this ongoing conversation between past and present, between individual minds and collective knowledge, we find both our unique contributions and our shared humanity. Let your thoughts now grow quieter, your awareness of these words softer, as sleep draws nearer with each breath. The story of one person's education becomes part of the larger story of human curiosity and creativity, a reminder of our capacity to learn and grow throughout our lives. As consciousness begins to fade into the peaceful landscape of dreams, carry with you this sense of connection to the ongoing human project of learning, understanding, and creating meaning together. Our soothing biography continues with a look at the next important period in this incredible life. In the quiet journey of any life, there are voices that rise above the rest, gentle guides whose wisdom lingers long after their words are spoken. For Mark Zuckerberg, these voices came in many forms, shaping not just the code he wrote or the company he built, but the way he saw the world and his place in it. Some of these mentors appeared early in the classrooms of his youth, while others emerged later as he stepped onto the uncertain path of entrepreneurship. Their lessons, whether direct or subtle, became threads woven into the fabric of his thinking, softening the edges of youthful ambition with perspective, patience, and purpose. One of the earliest and most enduring influences was his father, Edward Zuckerberg, a dentist whose quiet dedication to his work left a lasting impression. The elder Zuckerberg had a small office in the family home where he treated patients with care and precision. Young Mark would often watch, absorbing not just the technical details of his father's profession, but the quiet ethics behind it, the steady commitment to solving problems, the patience required to do work well, and the satisfaction of helping others. There was no grand lecture, no moment of dramatic wisdom passed down. Instead, it was the rhythm of his father's days, the way he listened, the way he persisted, that became a silent lesson in diligence and service. Then there was David Newman, a private tutor hired to nurture Mark's early fascination with computers. Newman recognized something rare in his young student, an ability to lose himself in the logic of code, to see patterns where others saw only complexity. Their sessions were less like formal lessons and more like collaborative explorations, with Newman gently guiding rather than dictating, allowing Mark's curiosity to lead the way. It was Newman who introduced him to the idea that programming wasn't just about solving problems, but about imagining new possibilities, an idea that would later echo in the creation of Facebook. Years later, when reflecting on those early days, Mark would recall how Newman's patience and encouragement gave him the confidence to trust his own instincts, a gift far more valuable than any specific technical skill. At Phillips Exeter Academy, where Mark spent his high school years, another mentor quietly shaped his intellectual journey. His Latin teacher, a soft-spoken scholar with a deep love for classical languages, helped him see the connections between ancient thought and modern innovation. The precision of Latin grammar, the structured beauty of its syntax. These weren't just academic exercises, but lessons in clarity and discipline. The teacher often reminded his students that language, like code, was a system of logic and creativity intertwined. In those quiet classroom moments, as they parsed the words of Cicero and Virgil, Mark began to understand how the past could inform the future, how the wisdom of centuries could live on in new forms. Harvard, where Mark eventually enrolled, brought a new constellation of influences into his life. Among them was Steve Jobs, who, though not a formal mentor, became a figure of fascination and inspiration. Their paths crossed only a handful of times, but each meeting left a mark. Jobs, with his characteristic intensity, urged Mark to think beyond the immediate, to consider how Facebook could be not just a tool, but a force that shaped culture. He spoke of design as a moral responsibility, of simplicity as the ultimate sophistication. Though their approaches differed, Jobs was a perfectionist, while Mark leaned toward rapid iteration. the conversations lingered in Mark's mind, a reminder that technology was never just about functionality, but about human experience. Then there was Don Graham, the longtime publisher of the Washington Post, who became an unexpected but invaluable guide. Graham, with his deep understanding of media and public trust, saw potential in Facebook long before many others did. He offered not just business advice, but something rarer, a steady, grounded perspective on the responsibilities that came with influence. Over dinners and quiet conversations, Graham emphasized the importance of integrity, of making decisions that would stand the test of time. His counsel was never forceful, but it carried weight, helping Mark navigate the growing complexities of leading a company that was becoming a global phenomenon. Yet perhaps the most profound mentorship came from an unexpected source: Priscilla Chan, the woman who would later become his wife. Their relationship was never about formal guidance, but rather a mutual exchange of values and vision. Priscilla, with her background in medicine and education, brought a perspective that balanced Mark's tech-centric worldview. She encouraged him to think beyond Silicon Valley, to consider how technology could serve the most vulnerable, how innovation could be paired with compassion. Their late-night conversations, often stretching into the quiet hours, became a space where ideas could be explored without pressure, where the future could be imagined not just in terms of what was possible, but what was meaningful. Over time, these relationships evolved, as all meaningful connections do. Some mentors remained close, while others faded into the background, their lessons enduring even as their presence diminished. What united them all was a shared belief in the power of ideas and in the person Mark was becoming. They didn't give him a roadmap, but something far more valuable: the ability to think deeply, to question, to listen as sleep draws near and the edges of awareness soften. It's worth reflecting on how these quiet influences shape all of us. The teachers who challenge us, the friends who steady us, the loved ones who broaden our vision, they all leave traces in the choices we make and the people we become. For Mark, these relationships were never about creating a titan of industry, but about nurturing a mind that could balance ambition with responsibility, innovation with humility. And so, as the night deepens and the weight of the day begins to lift, let these stories of guidance and growth remind you of your own mentors, those who, in ways large and small, helped you see the world differently. Their voices may fade with time, but their lessons remain, woven into the quiet fabric of who you are. And in that thought, there is a gentle comfort, a reassurance that none of us walk alone, even in our dreams. Let your mind float with these gentle recollections as we move forward in our story. In the quiet hum of a college dorm room, long before the world knew his name, Mark Zuckerberg sat before a glowing screen, his fingers dancing across the keyboard in a rhythm that felt as natural as breathing. It was the early 2000s, a time when the internet was still finding its shape, when dial-up connections whirred and clicked, and social media was little more than a hazy idea on the horizon. For Mark, this was not just a moment in time. It was the beginning of something that would quietly, almost imperceptibly, change the way people connected. His first projects were small, almost playful experiments, built not for fame or profit, but out of sheer curiosity. There was Course Match, a tool that let Harvard students see which classes their friends were taking, and Face Mash, a controversial but fleeting experiment that compared student photos side by side. These were not polished products, but glimpses of a mind that saw patterns where others saw chaos, that understood how data could weave people together in unexpected ways. Though Face Mash sparked criticism, it also hinted at something deeper, a fascination with human networks, with the invisible threads that bind us. Then came the spring of 2004, a season of budding ideas and restless energy. With a small group of friends, Eduardo Saverin, Dustin Moskovitz, Chris Hughes, and Andrew McCallum, Mark began working on a new project, one that would grow far beyond the walls of their dorm. They called it the Facebook, a simple, clean platform where students could create profiles, share interests, and connect with classmates. There was no grand plan, no vision of global domination, just a desire to solve a problem they saw every day, the difficulty of finding and staying in touch with people in a sprawling university. The early days were a blur of coding marathons and pizza boxes, of laughter and exhaustion, of solving one problem only to stumble upon the next. The servers crashed under unexpected traffic, privacy concerns arose, and debates flared over features and design. Yet, through it all, there was a sense of momentum, of something taking root. Within weeks, the Facebook spread to other Ivy League schools, then to colleges across the country. What began as a dorm room experiment was now a living, growing thing, fueled by the collective energy of its users. By the summer of 2004, Mark made a decision that would shape the years to come. He left Harvard and moved to Palo Alto, California, the heart of Silicon Valley, where the air buzzed with the possibility of new technologies. There, in a small rented house that doubled as an office, he and his small team worked tirelessly, their days bleeding into nights. Money was tight, the future uncertain, but the work felt urgent, meaningful. They were no longer just building a website. They were shaping a new way for people to communicate. The challenges, of course, were ever present. Legal disputes loomed, competitors emerged, and the weight of responsibility grew heavier with each passing day. There were moments of doubt, of wondering whether they were in over their heads. But there were also moments of pure exhilaration when a new feature clicked into place, when user numbers climbed, when strangers from across the world thanked them for making it easier to stay in touch. One of the most pivotal moments came in 2005, when the company dropped the "the" and became simply Facebook. It was a small change, but it signaled something bigger, a shift from a college project to a platform with global ambitions. That same year, they secured their first major investment from Excel Partners, a vote of confidence that allowed them to expand, to hire, to dream even bigger. By 2006, Facebook opened its doors to anyone over the age of 13. No longer just students. It was a risky move, one that worried some of the earliest users who cherished the platform's exclusivity. But Mark and his team believed in the idea of connection without boundaries. In a world where geography and institutions no longer dictated who you could know, the growth was staggering. Almost incomprehensible millions of users, then hundreds of millions, each one adding their own stories, photos, and friendships to the ever-expanding network. Through it all, Mark remained intensely focused, a quiet force at the center of the storm. He was not the loudest voice in the room, nor the most charismatic, but he had a way of listening, of absorbing ideas, of seeing the bigger picture even when others were lost in the details. His leadership style was unconventional, more hacker than CEO, more builder than businessman. He preferred hoodies to suits, coding sessions to board meetings, and long, thoughtful discussions to quick decisions. The years that followed were a whirlwind of innovation and growing pains. There was the launch of the news feed in 2006, a feature that initially sparked outrage, but soon became the backbone of the platform. There was the introduction of the like button in 2009, a tiny, deceptively simple tool that would reshape online interaction. And there were the acquisitions: Instagram in 2012, WhatsApp in 2014, each one expanding Facebook's reach, each one raising new questions about scale and responsibility. Yet, for all the headlines and the hype, the core of Mark's early career was something quieter, something deeply human. It was about the late-night coding sessions, the friendships forged over shared purpose, the stubborn belief that technology could bring people closer. It was about the mistakes made and the lessons learned, the setbacks that felt insurmountable, and the breakthroughs that came when least expected. And so, as the night stretches on and the world outside grows still, it's worth remembering that even the largest movements begin with small, uncertain steps. That behind every innovation are countless hours of trial and error, of doubt and determination. That the story of Facebook, like the story of any great endeavor, is not just about one person, but about the collective energy of those who believed in the idea and in each other. As sleep gently pulls you under, let these slow, steady rhythms of growth and perseverance lull you into rest. Just as Mark's early days were shaped by quiet moments of insight and effort, so too are all our lives built on small, seemingly insignificant choices that ripple outward in ways we may never fully see. And in that thought, there is a soft, comforting truth. that even the grandest journeys begin with a single, quiet step. Drifting like clouds across the evening sky, we now move to the next part of this calming life story, the story of Mark Zuckerberg's greatest achievements unfolds like a quiet river, flowing steadily from those early dorm room experiments into something vast and far-reaching. It wasn't just about building a website. It was about reshaping the way people connected, one line of code, one decision at a time. And yet, at its heart, it remained a deeply human endeavor, a reflection of the belief that technology could weave people together in ways that felt natural, even intimate. In the early days of Facebook, the platform grew almost organically, spreading from Harvard to other Ivy League schools, then to universities across the country, and finally to the world. There was no grand marketing campaign, no flashy launch, just a simple, clean interface that allowed people to share pieces of their lives. Mark and his small team worked tirelessly, refining the design, listening to feedback, and making adjustments in real time. They watched as users embraced the idea, posting photos, writing on each other's walls, and forming digital communities that mirrored the friendships of the offline world. It was this quiet attention to detail, this willingness to iterate, to learn from mistakes, that allowed Facebook to grow so rapidly, yet so naturally. One of the defining moments in Facebook's evolution came with the introduction of the news feed in 2006. At first, the change was met with resistance. Users weren't used to seeing a constant stream of updates from their friends. Some found it invasive, even unsettling. But Mark and his team held firm, believing that, over time, people would come to appreciate the way the news feed made connections feel effortless, and slowly they did. What had once seemed disruptive became indispensable, a way to stay effortlessly updated on the lives of those who mattered most. It was a lesson in patience, in trusting the vision, even when the immediate reaction was uncertainty. Another quiet revolution came with the launch of the Facebook platform in 2007. For the first time, outside developers could build applications that lived inside Facebook, expanding its functionality in ways even Mark hadn't fully imagined. Games like Farmville and social tools like birthday reminders turned the platform into something more than a directory of profiles. It became a digital ecosystem, a place where people didn't just connect, but spent meaningful time together. This openness, this willingness to let others contribute to the vision, was one of Mark's greatest strengths. He understood that no single person could anticipate every need, every possibility. And so he built a structure that allowed creativity to flourish from the outside in. Then there was the acquisition of Instagram in 2012, a move that seemed sudden at the time, but was, in reality, the result of careful observation. Mark had noticed how people were increasingly sharing moments through images rather than words, how Instagram's simple, elegant design made photography feel accessible to everyone rather than seeing it as competition. He saw it as an extension of Facebook's mission, another way to bring people closer. The merger wasn't about dominance. It was about recognizing a kindred spirit in Instagram's founders, who shared the same belief in the power of visual storytelling under Facebook's stewardship. Instagram grew into something even more vibrant, a global canvas where millions could share their lives in snapshots and fleeting moments. WhatsApp followed soon after, another acquisition that spoke to Mark's long-term vision. He saw how messaging was becoming the center of digital communication, how people preferred intimate, real-time conversations over public posts. WhatsApp's commitment to privacy and simplicity made it the perfect complement to Facebook's broader ecosystem. Once again, the decision wasn't made hastily. It was the result of watching trends, listening to how people actually wanted to connect, and then stepping back to let the service grow in its own way. But perhaps the most profound shift in Facebook's journey came with the realization that connection wasn't just about socializing. It was about giving people tools to build communities, to organize, to make change. The introduction of Facebook groups transformed the platform into something more than a network of friends. It became a place where strangers with shared interests could come together, whether to discuss rare hobbies, support each other through illness, or mobilize for causes they believed in. Mark often spoke about how these small, private spaces were where the most meaningful interactions happened, where the internet stopped feeling vast and impersonal and started feeling like a neighborhood. And then there was the pivot toward a more privacy-focused vision in later years, a recognition that the digital landscape was changing. People wanted more control over their data, more intimate spaces to share with those they trusted most. Facebook's investments in encryption, in smaller-scale communication tools, reflected this shift, another example of Mark's willingness to adapt, to listen, even when it meant rethinking some of the platform's foundational principles. Through all of this, what stands out isn't just the scale of Facebook's impact, over 2 billion people using its services, but the quiet, persistent way Mark approached each challenge. He wasn't a flashy showman or a charismatic speaker. He was a builder, someone who preferred late-night coding sessions over press conferences, who trusted in the slow, steady work of iteration. His greatest strength wasn't in having all the answers, but in creating a structure where others could find them, where the collective intelligence of millions could shape the platform's evolution. And as you drift toward sleep, think of how these achievements weren't the result of sudden, dramatic leaps, but of countless small decisions, late nights, and patient refinements. Think of how even the grandest innovations are built on humble foundations, on the belief that connection matters, that technology should serve people, not the other way around. There's a quiet reassurance in that, a reminder that the most lasting changes often come not with a bang, but with a whisper, one line of code, one thoughtful adjustment at a time. So let these slow, steady rhythms carry you into rest, just as they carried Facebook from a dorm room project to a global force for connection. And as you close your eyes, remember that even the biggest stories are made of small, quiet moments of insight, of persistence, of trust in the unseen path ahead. As your breathing becomes more regular, let us continue with the next chapter of our biography. Every life is shaped by moments of choice, some small, some monumental, where the path forward could have veered in entirely different directions. For Mark Zuckerberg, these quiet turning points, often made in the glow of a computer screen late at night, carried consequences far beyond what anyone could have imagined at the time. There is something deeply comforting in tracing these decisions, not because they were always perfect, but because they reveal how progress unfolds, one step at a time, with patience and persistence guiding the way. One of the earliest crossroads came when Mark was still a student at Harvard. He had already built a reputation as a talented programmer, someone who could turn ideas into functioning code with remarkable speed. Then came FaceMash, a hastily assembled site that allowed students to compare photos of their classmates, an experiment that spread faster than anyone expected, crashing parts of Harvard's network under the sudden surge of traffic. The backlash was swift, with accusations of privacy violations and poor judgment. It would have been easy to walk away, to retreat into safer projects, to let the moment pass. But instead, Mark took the lesson to heart. He saw the hunger for connection, for a way to map the social world around them, and quietly began working on something new, something that would become the Facebook. Had he chosen differently, had he dismissed the controversy as mere noise, the world might never have seen the version of Facebook that emerged. Instead, he refined the idea, learning from missteps, shaping it into a platform that was more thoughtful, more deliberate. The early days were humble, just a few hundred users at first, but the seed had been planted, and like all great transformations, it grew slowly, one dorm room, one campus at a time. Another defining moment came when Silicon Valley began to take notice. Companies like Yahoo offered staggering sums to buy the fledgling platform. First $1 billion, then even more. For a young entrepreneur barely out of college, the temptation must have been immense. Financial security, an early exit, the chance to walk away and start something new. But Mark hesitated. He believed in the vision, in the untapped potential of what Facebook could become. Turning down those offers meant committing to the long, uncertain road ahead. Years of scaling challenges, legal battles, and sleepless nights. Yet, he chose to stay the course, trusting in the slow, steady expansion of the network. Imagine, for a moment, if he had taken the money. Facebook might have been absorbed into a larger company, its growth stunted, its culture diluted. The social web as we know it could have evolved in entirely different directions, shaped by different priorities, different values, but because Mark chose to keep building, the platform remained independent, free to evolve in ways no one could predict. Then came the decision to open Facebook beyond colleges, beyond even the United States. Some advisors warned against it, too fast, too risky. What if it diluted the experience? What if the servers couldn't handle the load? But Mark saw the bigger picture. Connection wasn't just for students, wasn't just for one country. It was a universal need. So the gates opened, slowly at first, then wider, until people from every corner of the world could join. It wasn't seamless. There were growing pains, moments of instability, but the foundation held, the choice to expand, to believe in the platform's ability to scale, changed everything. Perhaps one of the most pivotal moments arrived when mobile became the future. For years, Facebook had been designed for desktops, for the click of a mouse, the glow of a monitor. But smartphones were rising, and Mark recognized the shift before many others did. He called it the company's biggest existential threat. If Facebook didn't adapt, it would fade into irrelevance. So the team pivoted, refocusing on mobile-first design, rebuilding features from the ground up. It was a massive undertaking, requiring patience and relentless iteration. But in time, the bet paid off. The platform thrived in the palm of users' hands, ensuring its place in the new era of computing. Had they resisted the change, had they clung to the desktop experience, the story might have been very different. Other apps could have filled the void, leaving Facebook as a relic of an earlier internet age. But because they embraced the transition, because they trusted in the slow work of adaptation, the platform endured. Through all of this, what stands out is how rarely these decisions were made in grand, dramatic fashion. They unfolded in quiet meetings, in late-night coding sessions, in moments of reflection between one update and the next. There was no single turning point, no lone epiphany that changed everything. Just a series of small, deliberate steps, each one building on the last. And now, as you drift toward sleep, let these rhythms settle over you, the steady pulse of progress, the quiet certainty of persistence. Think of how even the grandest journeys are made of ordinary moments, of choices that seem small at the time, but ripple outward in ways we can't always foresee. There is comfort in knowing that the future isn't shaped by sudden leaps, but by the patient accumulation of effort, by the willingness to keep building, even when the path ahead is unclear. So let your thoughts soften, your breathing slow, as you imagine those late nights in dimly lit rooms, the hum of computers, the quiet click of keys. Picture the unfolding of an idea, one line of code, one decision at a time. And as sleep draws nearer, remember this: the most lasting changes rarely come with fanfare. They arrive gently, steadily, like the turning of pages in a book. each one adding to the story, each one carrying us forward into the unknown. The calming story continues as we gently examine what happened next in this remarkable journey. Mark Zuckerberg's life, like all lives, has been shaped not just by his ideas and ambitions, but by the people who walked beside him, those who challenged him, supported him, and sometimes even stood in his way. These relationships, woven quietly into the fabric of his story, were rarely dramatic, but they were steady, like the hum of a computer in the background of a late-night coding session. They unfolded in ordinary moments, shared meals, quiet conversations, the occasional argument. And yet, over time, they became the foundation of everything he built. It begins with family. Mark was raised in Dobbs Ferry, New York, by his parents, Karen and Edward Zuckerberg, a psychiatrist and a dentist, who nurtured his early fascination with computers. His father set up an Atari basic programming book on the dining room table when Mark was just a boy, and together they worked through it, line by line. His mother, warm and encouraging, gave him the space to explore, even when it meant he spent hours alone in his room, lost in code. His sisters, Randy, Donna, and Ariel, were his first collaborators and confidants, the people who knew him before fame, before Facebook, before the world had any idea who he was. There was a simplicity to those early years, a quiet rhythm of family dinners and shared jokes, of parents who believed in him long before anyone else did. Then came friends, the ones who stood beside him in college dorm rooms and makeshift offices, who saw the spark of an idea before it became a flame. Eduardo Saverin was perhaps the most significant of these early connections. They met at Harvard, two young men with big dreams, and together they laid the groundwork for what would become Facebook. Eduardo was the business mind to Mark's technical genius, the one who secured early funding, who believed in the project when it was still just a dorm room experiment. Their friendship was intense, almost brotherly, but like all close relationships, it was not without friction. There would later be disputes, legal battles, a falling out that played out in courtrooms and headlines. But in those early days, it was pure collaboration, late-night conversations over pizza, the thrill of building something new. Dustin Moskovitz was another key figure, a roommate and coding partner who became Facebook's first chief technology officer. He was the steady hand, the one who could translate Mark's rapid-fire ideas into something actionable. They worked side by side for years, moving from Harvard to Silicon Valley, sleeping on air mattresses in rented houses, living and breathing the company they were building. Their relationship was less turbulent than Mark's with Eduardo, more like the quiet understanding between two people who speak the same language, a language of algorithms and server loads, of scaling a project that was growing faster than anyone had anticipated. And then there was Sean Parker, the charismatic entrepreneur who had already co-founded Napster by the time he met Mark. Sean was older, more experienced, the kind of person who could see the bigger picture when Mark was still focused on the code. He helped shape Facebook's early vision, pushing for it to become more than just a college network, advocating for its expansion to the wider world. He also introduced Mark to investors, to the world of Silicon Valley dealmaking, a world that was sometimes exciting, sometimes overwhelming. Their friendship was symbiotic. Sean gave Mark access to a new level of influence, and Mark gave Sean a chance to be part of something groundbreaking once again. But like many fast-moving partnerships, it had its strains. Sean's wilder tendencies clashed with the company's growing need for stability, and eventually their paths diverged. Still, the mark he left on Facebook and on Mark was undeniable. Romantic relationships, too, played a quiet but profound role in shaping Mark's life. He met Priscilla Chan during his sophomore year at Harvard, at a party for a fraternity he wasn't even supposed to be at. They struck up a conversation in a hallway, standing in line for the bathroom. Of all places, an ordinary moment that would change both their lives. Priscilla was different from anyone Mark had known, grounded, compassionate, uninterested in the Silicon Valley hype. She was studying biology, planning to become a pediatrician, and she had a way of pulling Mark out of his head, of reminding him there was a world beyond screens and servers. Their relationship grew slowly, steadily, surviving the chaos of Facebook's early years, the cross-country moves, the sudden glare of public attention. They didn't rush into marriage. They waited nearly a decade, until the time felt right. When they finally did marry, it was a quiet backyard ceremony, a far cry from the extravagant weddings of other tech billionaires. That, in many ways, summed up their bond, unassuming, genuine, built on mutual respect rather than spectacle. Priscilla became not just Mark's partner in life, but in philanthropy as well. Together, they founded the Chan Zuckerberg Initiative, pledging to give away 99% of their Facebook shares to advance education, science, and equality. She was the one who encouraged Mark to think beyond technology, to consider how their wealth could be used to heal, to uplift, to make a difference in ways that code alone never could. Her influence softened some of his sharper edges, reminding him that leadership wasn't just about disruption. It was about responsibility, too. Of course, no story of relationships is without its complications. There were conflicts with co-founders, tense boardroom negotiations, public controversies that tested friendships and professional alliances. There were moments when Mark's single-minded focus on growth alienated those closest to him, when the weight of running a global company strained even his most enduring connections. But what's striking is how many of these relationships endured, how many were repaired or redefined over time. Eduardo Saverin, after years of legal battles, eventually reconciled with Mark, at least enough to to move forward without bitterness. Dustin Moskovitz, though he left Facebook to start his own company, remained a friend and occasional collaborator. Even Sean Parker, despite his eventual departure, would later speak of Mark with admiration, acknowledging the unique vision that had driven Facebook's success. Through it all, Mark's family remained a constant. His parents, though private, were a steady presence, offering support without intrusion. His sisters, too, stayed close, their relationships evolving as they all grew older, started families of their own. And Priscilla, of course, was the anchor, the person who kept him grounded when the world seemed to spin too fast. As you drift toward sleep, think of these connections, how they formed and shifted over time, like the slow turning of seasons. Consider how even the most brilliant minds are shaped not in isolation, but in the quiet interplay of relationships, the encouragement of a parent, the rivalry of a friend, the love of a partner. These bonds were not always perfect, not always easy, but they were real and they mattered. And so, as your breathing slows and your thoughts grow softer, imagine those moments, the late night talks, the shared laughter, the silent understanding between two people who have built something together. Picture the quiet strength of family, the friction and forgiveness of friendship, the steady love that endures even as everything else changes. These, too, are part of the story, not written in lines of code, but in the subtle, human rhythms of connection. And just as they shaped Mark's life, they remind us all of the invisible threads that bind us, the quiet ways we influence one another, one small, ordinary moment at a time. Allow yourself to sink deeper into comfort as we explore the next phase of this soothing biography. Outside the glow of screens and the hum of servers, Mark Zuckerberg's life unfolded in quieter, more intimate spaces, the kind of moments that rarely make headlines, but shape a person just as deeply. His days, though often filled with meetings and decisions, still held pockets of stillness, little rituals that kept him anchored to the world beyond technology. One of these rituals was running early in the morning, when the air was cool and the world still drowsy. He would lace up his shoes and head out, feet hitting the pavement in a steady rhythm. There was something meditative about it, the way his breath matched his stride, the way the landscape blurred into a soft focus as his mind wandered. Sometimes Priscilla would join him, their footsteps falling into sync, conversation flowing as easily as their movement. Other times, it was just him and the quiet, the occasional nod to a neighbor, or the rustle of leaves as a breeze passed through. Running wasn't about speed or distance. It was about presence, about feeling the ground beneath him and letting his thoughts untangle before the day began. At home, the atmosphere was warm and unpretentious. Despite the scale of his work, Mark and Priscilla built a life that felt surprisingly ordinary in its comforts. Their house was filled with the soft sounds of family, laughter echoing down the hall, the clatter of dishes after a meal, the murmur of conversation late into the evening. They cooked together often, simple, hearty meals that filled the kitchen with rich aromas. Mark had learned to enjoy the process, the careful chopping of vegetables, the sizzle of garlic in oil, the way a meal came together piece by piece. It was grounding, this act of creating something tangible, something that nourished not just the body, but the sense of connection between them. Weekends were often reserved for their daughters, their lives revolving around the small, magical world of childhood. Mark would get down on the floor to build block towers, only to watch them tumble with giggles. Or he would read stories in animated voices, savoring the way their eyes lit up at familiar tales. Priscilla, with her background in pediatrics, brought a gentle, nurturing energy to their parenting, while Mark's playful side emerged in games of hide-and-seek or impromptu dance parties in the living room. They made a conscious effort to keep technology at bay during these moments. No phones at the dinner table, no distractions during bedtime routines. It was a small but meaningful boundary, a way of saying that some things were too precious to be interrupted. Beyond family, Mark's friendships were few but deep. Many of his closest bonds had been forged in the early days of Facebook, friendships that had weathered the storms of growth and change. Dustin Moskovitz, his college roommate and co-founder, remained a trusted confidant, their relationship evolving from late-night coding sessions to shared reflections on fatherhood and life's shifting priorities. They didn't see each other as often as they once had, but when they did, the ease of their connection was still there, the kind of familiarity that needs no explanation. Then there was his love of learning, a trait that never faded, even outside the realm of technology. Mark was endlessly curious, diving into books on history, science, and philosophy with the same intensity he once applied to programming. He and Priscilla often read side by side in the evenings, the quiet turning of pages, a comforting soundtrack to their togetherness. Occasionally, they would discuss what they'd read, Priscilla's perspective as a physician adding depth to conversations about biology or public health, while Mark's analytical mind traced patterns across disciplines. These exchanges were never debates, but explorations, a way of seeing the world through each other's eyes. Travel, too, played a subtle but significant role in their lives, not the kind of travel that involved conferences or meetings, but the kind that opened doors to new ways of living. They visited small towns and remote villages, not as tourists, but as listeners, eager to understand how different communities thrived. These trips were humbling, reminders that for all the connectivity Facebook offered, there was still no substitute for sitting across from someone and hearing their story in their own words. Mark often returned from these journeys with a renewed sense of purpose, a quiet determination to build tools that could bridge gaps rather than widen them. And then there were the hobbies that required no grand purpose, just joy. Mark had taken up surfing, drawn to the challenge of reading the ocean's rhythms, the way it demanded complete focus, and yet rewarded patience above all else. There was a metaphor in it, he thought, the balance between control and surrender, the understanding that some forces were too vast to master, only to ride. On weekends, he and Priscilla would sometimes pack a picnic and drive to the coast, their daughters squealing as waves lapped at their feet. Those days were uncomplicated, filled with salt air and sun-warmed skin, the kind of memories that lingered long after the sand had been brushed away. Even his approach to work was deeply personal, shaped by a philosophy that extended far beyond business. He believed in the power of iteration, not just in code, but in life. Mistakes weren't failures, they were data points, lessons that informed the next step. Priscilla often teased him for applying engineering principles to everything, even parenting. But there was wisdom in it. It was a way of staying open, of recognizing that growth wasn't linear, that people, like systems, could evolve in unexpected ways. At the heart of it all was a simple but profound truth. Mark's life, for all its extraordinary dimensions, was still woven from the same threads as anyone else's: love, curiosity, the desire to belong. The late-night conversations with Priscilla, the sound of his daughter's laughter, the quiet satisfaction of a meal shared with friends. These were the moments that filled the spaces between the headlines. They were ordinary in the best way, the kind of ordinary that, when noticed, feels like a gift. And so, as you let these images drift through your mind, the early morning runs, the shared meals, the books read side by side, allow yourself to sink deeper into rest. There is comfort in knowing that even the most influential lives are built on small, tender moments, the kind that don't need to be measured or optimized, only lived. Let that thought carry you, soft as a whisper, as you drift into sleep, like a gentle river flowing toward the sea. Our story continues with the next meaningful chapter. In the quiet hours before dawn, when the world still slumbers beneath a blanket of stars, Mark Zuckerberg would often rise, his day beginning in the soft hush of morning. Even in the earliest years, when Facebook was little more than an idea taking shape in a dorm room, there was a rhythm to his days, an unspoken ritual of focus, simplicity, and quiet determination. His mornings were deliberate, unhurried. He would pull on a gray t-shirt, the same style he wore nearly every day, a small habit that removed one more decision from the day, leaving space for deeper thoughts. In those early Harvard days, his workspace was a cluttered desk in Kirkland House, surrounded by textbooks, half-empty energy drinks, and the faint hum of computers running through the night. The glow of the screen cast long shadows as he typed, his fingers moving with the steady certainty of someone who understood code like a second language. Breakfast, if he remembered it at all, was something quick, a granola bar eaten absently between lines of programming. The simplicity of those meals mirrored the simplicity of his focus, his mind always turning over problems, refining, iterating. As the years passed, and Facebook grew from a dorm room project into something far larger, his routines evolved, but the essence remained the same. Mornings still belonged to quiet, to thought. In Palo Alto, he would wake before the sun, slipping out of bed without disturbing Priscilla, padding barefoot across cool hardwood floors to the kitchen. He poured himself a glass of water, the first conscious act of the day, a small ritual of grounding before the world rushed in. Then came the run, an almost meditative practice, the rhythm of his footsteps steady against the pavement, the dawn air crisp in his lungs. There was something about movement that unlocked his mind, that turned problems into solutions before he even returned home. Breakfast was simple, unfussy, scrambled eggs, perhaps, or oatmeal with fruit, eaten at the counter while scanning news headlines or catching up on messages. He preferred standing, always in motion even when still. His home office was a reflection of his mind, minimal, efficient. A sleek wooden desk held only what was necessary. A laptop, a notebook, a pen. The walls were bare, except for a single whiteboard, covered in scribbled equations or half-formed ideas. He liked the clarity of blank space, the way it invited thought rather than distraction. By mid-morning, he would shift into work, whether at home or in the open-plan offices of Meta. His workspace, there was no more elaborate than his own, no corner office, no barriers between himself and the engineers. He believed in the hum of collaboration, in the energy of people working side by side. Meetings were kept short, agendas precise. He listened more than he spoke, absorbing information with the quiet intensity of someone who valued every word. Lunch was often eaten at his desk, something quick and nourishing grilled chicken, a salad eaten between emails or coding sessions. He rarely lingered over meals during the workday, preferring to stay in the flow, moving from one task to the next with seamless focus. Afternoons were for deep work, writing, strategizing, refining. He would sometimes lose hours this way, the world outside fading as he slipped into the zone. But even then, there were small rituals to break the intensity, a walk around the campus, maybe, or a quiet conversation with a colleague by the espresso machine. He understood the value of stepping away, of letting ideas breathe. Evenings were slower, softer. At home, the rhythm shifted from work to family. Dinner was a sacred time, a chance to reconnect. Priscilla would often cook simple, hearty meals, the kind that filled the house with warmth. They sat at the table together. No phones, no distractions, just conversation. He loved hearing about her day, about the students she worked with, the small victories and challenges of her own meaningful work. Later, there might be books read aloud to their daughters, their little voices giggling at funny voices, or leaning in close for a favorite story. Nighttime was for winding down, for quiet. He might take a final walk around the neighborhood, the stars blinking overhead, the world settling into stillness. Or he and Priscilla would sit on the couch, side by side, talking in low voices about nothing and everything, plans, dreams, the ordinary magic of their shared life. Sleep came easily on those nights, the kind of deep, restful sleep that follows a day well lived. And so, as you imagine these rhythms, the early morning runs, the focused work, the warmth of family, let them lull you into your own rest. There is something soothing in the constancy of routine, in the quiet repetition of small, meaningful acts. Even the busiest lives are built on these moments, these quiet pulses of habit and ritual. Let them carry you now, gentle as a breath, as you drift into sleep. As your thoughts grow quieter, we'll continue our peaceful exploration of this fascinating life. From the very beginning, Mark Zuckerberg's philosophy was shaped by a quiet but unshakable belief in connection. The idea that bringing people together could change the world in ways both big and small. His earliest days at Harvard were not just about code or algorithms, but about observing how people interacted, how friendships formed, how ideas spread. He was fascinated by the invisible threads that tied people to one another, long before those threads became the digital networks he would one day help weave. Even as a teenager, he spoke in simple, deliberate terms about the power of openness. It wasn't just about technology for its own sake. It was about breaking down barriers between dorm rooms, between countries, between distant family members. He saw the internet not as a tool for distraction, but as a bridge, a way to shrink the distances that kept people apart. His worldview was shaped by a deep optimism, a belief that progress was not only possible, but inevitable if people could just share their ideas, their stories, their lives. In the early days of Facebook, he would often talk about a more open and connected world, as if it were already unfolding before him. There was something almost meditative in his certainty, a calm confidence that the future would be built not in isolation, but in collaboration. Yet his philosophy was never naive. He understood early on that connection came with responsibility. As Facebook grew, so did his awareness of its impact, the way it could amplify both kindness and cruelty, truth and falsehood. He began to speak more often about the need for balance, for thoughtful design, for systems that encouraged the best of human nature rather than the worst. In a lot of ways, Facebook is more like a government than a traditional company. He reflected years later. The weight of that realization settled on him slowly, like the gradual dimming of evening light. At home, his values were quieter, more personal. He and Priscilla shared a belief in giving back, not as an abstract ideal, but as a daily practice. They spoke often about their philanthropic work in the same measured tones. One might use to discuss family or friendships, rooted in patience, in listening, the understanding that real change moves at the speed of trust. Their focus on education and health was never about grand gestures, but about steady, incremental progress. The most important things are very simple, Priscilla once said, and he nodded in agreement. One of his most enduring beliefs was in the power of iteration, the idea that nothing was ever truly finished, that every system, every product, even every personal goal could be refined over time. He often quoted the phrase, "Done is better than perfect," not as an excuse for haste, but as a reminder that progress required motion, however small. It was a philosophy that mirrored his own habits, the quiet repetition of morning runs, the deliberate way he structured his days, the way he returned again and again to the same fundamental questions about how technology could serve humanity. Over the years, his thinking deepened in unexpected ways. Fatherhood softened some edges, adding new layers to his understanding of connection. He spoke less about scale and more about intimacy, how technology could preserve the quiet moments, the bedtime stories, the faraway voices of grandparents. He began to emphasize privacy more than he had in the early days, not as a retreat from openness, but as its necessary counterpart. His leadership style, too, reflected a quiet evolution where he had once been known for his relentless focus on growth. He began to speak more about sustainability, about building systems that could last. He compared Facebook to a city, an ever-evolving place where people lived their lives, not just a platform they visited. "We're not just building a product," he said. The shift was subtle but profound, a recognition that connection was not just about numbers, but about depth. In rare moments of reflection, he would acknowledge the doubts that came with such ambition. "I think a lot of the time, people assume that I have all the answers," he admitted once. But the truth is, a lot of this is new. There was humility in those words, a quiet acceptance of the unknown. It was a reminder that even the most visionary thinkers move forward one step at a time, guided by principles, but unafraid to adjust their course. At the heart of it all was a simple, almost childlike curiosity, the same quality that had led him to build his first programs late at night in his dorm room. He never lost the sense that the world was full of puzzles waiting to be solved, connections waiting to be made. Even as the scale of his work grew unimaginably large, he still spoke in terms of individual people, individual stories. "At the end of the day," he said, "it's not about the technology." And so, as you let these thoughts settle over you, the quiet conviction, the slow evolution, the steady belief in connection, feel the weight of them lift. Like leaves drifting on a calm stream, there is something deeply soothing in the idea that even the grandest visions begin with small, intentional steps, that even the most complex systems are built on simple human truths. Let the rhythm of these reflections slow your breath, soften your thoughts, carry you gently toward rest. The world moves forward in its own time, and And so do we, one quiet moment at a time, with each breath becoming slower and deeper. Let us turn to another aspect of this soothing story. The path of innovation is rarely smooth, a truth Mark Zuckerberg knew well. Even in the earliest days of Facebook, there were moments when doubt crept in, when obstacles seemed insurmountable, when the weight of responsibility pressed heavily on his shoulders. Yet, through each challenge, he found a way forward, not with grand declarations, but with quiet persistence, the same kind that had kept him typing late into the night as a student. One of the first major hurdles came just days after Facebook's launch at Harvard. The university's administration accused him of breaching student privacy, of hacking into systems to gather data for the site. It was a serious allegation, one that could have ended the project before it truly began. But rather than retreat, Mark listened, adjusted, and clarified. He explained that the information was already publicly accessible. Students had willingly shared it, and that Facebook was simply organizing it in a new way. The controversy passed, but it taught him an early lesson. Innovation often walks hand in hand with misunderstanding, and patience is required to bridge the gap. Then came the lawsuits, first from his Harvard classmates, the Winklevoss twins, who claimed he had stolen their idea for a social network. The legal battles stretched on for years, a slow, draining process that could have consumed him. But Mark remained focused on building, on refining the product rather than dwelling on the noise. In time, the case was settled, and though it left scars, it also reinforced his belief in moving forward, in not letting disputes define the work. Scaling Facebook brought its own challenges as the site expanded beyond Harvard to other colleges, then to the general public. The servers struggled to keep up. There were crashes, slow load times, frustrated users, technical growing pains that could have derailed momentum. Mark and his small team worked tirelessly, often through the night, rewriting code, optimizing systems, learning as they went. It was exhausting, but there was a rhythm to it, like the steady pulse of a heartbeat. Each problem solved made the platform stronger, more resilient. Then came the first real backlash: privacy concerns, accusations that Facebook was too reckless with user data. It was a wake-up call, one that forced Mark to confront the unintended consequences of rapid growth. He responded not with defensiveness, but with action. New privacy controls, clearer settings, a commitment to giving users more control. The changes didn't appease everyone, but they marked the beginning of a longer, ongoing conversation about responsibility, one he would return to again and again in the years ahead. Perhaps the most personal challenge came in 2012, when Facebook went public. The IPO was one of the largest in tech history, but the stock initially plummeted, a humbling moment that shook confidence. Critics questioned whether the company was overvalued, whether it could sustain its growth. For Mark, it was a test of leadership, just in steering the company through turbulence, but in maintaining his own resolve. He doubled down on his vision, focusing not on stock prices, but on the long-term mission, connecting the world. Slowly, steadily, the company regained its footing, proving that belief could outlast doubt. Years later, the challenges grew even more complex. Allegations of election interference, the spread of misinformation, the ethical dilemmas of artificial intelligence. Each crisis demanded difficult decisions, trade-offs between openness and safety, between innovation and caution. Mark didn't always get it right, but he learned to listen to experts, to critics, to the people who used Facebook every day. He began speaking more openly about the responsibilities of technology, acknowledging that progress required not just ambition, but humility. Through it all, he held onto that original curiosity, the quiet thrill of solving puzzles. When faced with setbacks, he would often return to coding, losing himself in the simplicity of logic and structure. It was a reminder that even the biggest problems could be broken down, understood, and addressed one line at a time. And so, as you reflect on these obstacles, the legal battles, the technical struggles, the weight of public scrutiny, notice how each one was met not with panic, but with persistence. There is a gentle reassurance in the idea that challenges, no matter how daunting, can be navigated with patience and care. Just as a river finds its way around rocks, flowing steadily onward, so too do we adapt, learn, and grow. Let these thoughts ease your mind now, softening the edges of the day. Feel the quiet rhythm of resilience, the slow, sure movement forward. There is comfort in knowing that even the most turbulent journeys have moments of calm, of clarity, and as you drift toward sleep, remember this: every setback is just another step in the story, another bend in the river, leading you gently onward. The tapestry of this remarkable life unfolds further as we gently explore the next meaningful period. Few people know that behind the intense focus and driven ambition, Mark Zuckerberg harbors a quiet love for the simple pleasures of life, the kind that don't make headlines, but reveal the gentle, everyday rhythms of a person. Long before he became a household name, there were small, unexpected facets of his personality that shaped him in ways most wouldn't guess. For instance, few realize that Zuckerberg is fluent in Mandarin, a skill he painstakingly developed over years of disciplined study. What began as a personal challenge, a puzzle to solve, much like the coding problems he loved, became a deep appreciation for the language's melody and structure. He would practice late at night, after long days of meetings and coding sessions, finding a kind of meditative calm in the repetition of tones and characters. There's something soothing about the way he describes it, the way learning a language, like writing code, is about breaking things down into manageable pieces, one word, one line at a time. Then there's his unexpected fascination with ancient Rome. While most associate him with the cutting edge of technology. He often retreats into history books, absorbing stories of emperors, philosophers, and the intricate systems of governance that shaped civilizations. It's a quiet contradiction. The man who built the future spending hours pondering the past. He once joked in an interview that if he hadn't pursued computer science, he might have become a classic scholar. There's a certain charm in imagining him hunched over old texts, tracing the threads of history with the same curiosity he brings to algorithms. And while his public persona is often one of seriousness, those close to him speak of a dry, understated sense of humor, one that catches people off guard. Early Facebook employees recall moments when he would break the tension of a stressful meeting with a perfectly timed, deadpan joke. It was never loud or boisterous, just a quiet flicker of wit, like a candle flame in a dark room. Even now, in rare, unguarded moments, that side of him surfaces, like when he playfully challenged Elon Musk to a cage match, knowing full well it would never happen, but enjoying the absurdity of it all. Beyond the boardrooms and keynote speeches, there's another side to Zuckerberg that few see: his love for the outdoors. He finds solace in nature, whether it's hiking through the redwoods of Northern California or kayaking on quiet lakes. There's a rhythm to these activities that grounds him. The steady movement of his body syncing with the stillness of the world around him. He once described coding as a kind of meditation. And in many ways, these solitary moments in nature serve the same purpose: a way to step back, to breathe, to let the mind wander without the pressure of solving anything at all. Perhaps one of the most surprising things about him is his hidden musicality. As a child, he learned to play the piano, though he rarely speaks of it. The discipline of practice, the way notes fit together in patterns, appealed to his structured mind. Even now, on rare evenings when the house is quiet, he'll sit at the piano and play, not for an audience, but for the simple joy of it. There's something deeply human in that image, a man known for connecting billions of people, finding connection in the solitary act of making music. Then there are the small, everyday contradictions that make him relatable. For all his wealth, he still drives modest cars, not out of frugality, but because he genuinely doesn't care for extravagance. He's been seen wearing the same gray t-shirts for years, not as a calculated brand choice, but because he dislikes wasting mental energy on decisions that don't matter to him. It's a reminder that even those who shape the world have their own peculiarities, their own little rituals that keep them anchored. And though he's often portrayed as relentless, those who know him well say he has a deep capacity for stillness. He meditates daily, a practice he took up not as a trend, but as a way to quiet the noise of a mind that's always working. There's something peaceful in imagining him sitting there, eyes closed, letting thoughts drift like leaves on a stream, no different from anyone else seeking a moment of calm in a busy life. Even his relationship with food reveals unexpected layers. Despite having access to the finest chefs, he's known to enjoy simple meals: oatmeal with honey, a basic salad, the occasional indulgence in barbecue. There's no pretense in it, just a quiet appreciation for the familiar. And then there's his love for cooking, something he picked up as a way to unwind. He's been known to experiment in the kitchen, treating recipes like lines of code, adjusting, refining, until he gets them just right. What emerges from these small, scattered details is a picture not of the tech titan, but of the person, someone who finds joy in puzzles, in quiet moments, in the steady rhythm of learning. It's easy to forget, beneath the weight of his influence, that he's just a man who likes solving problems, whether they're in a line of code or the melody of a song. And so, as you let these thoughts drift through your mind, notice how even the most extraordinary lives are made up of ordinary moments: practice sessions at a piano, quiet walks in the woods, the slow pleasure of learning something new. There's comfort in that, a reminder that no matter how high someone rises, they're still human, still shaped by the same small joys that touch us all. Let that thought ease you now, like the gentle hum of a familiar song. Feel the quiet rhythm of these hidden details, the way they soften the edges of a larger-than-life story. And as sleep draws nearer, let yourself drift into the comfort of knowing that even the most brilliant minds find peace in simplicity, just like you, resting here in the quiet of the night. As you settle more comfortably, our narrative flows onward like soft moonlight across still waters. To understand the world that shaped Mark Zuckerberg, we must first drift back to the closing years of the 20th century, a time of quiet transformation, when the hum of dial-up internet still filled homes, and the digital age was just stretching its limbs. Born in 1984, Zuckerberg entered a world where computers were bulky, mysterious machines, not yet the sleek companions we know today. The Cold War still cast its long shadow, but a new optimism was emerging, whispered in the whir of modems and the glow of early computer screens. It was an era of transition, where the analog and digital worlds gently brushed against each other, like pages turning in a book not yet finished. The 1990s unfolded with a quiet revolution, the rise of personal computing in suburban homes like Zuckerberg's. Families gathered around clunky desktops, discovering the magic of CD-ROMs, pixelated games, and the first tentative steps onto the World Wide Web. It was a time when technology felt intimate, almost handmade, with coding still a niche passion, pursued by curious minds in basements and school computer labs. For a young boy who loved puzzles, who found comfort in the logic of numbers and the rhythm of problem solving, this was a playground waiting to be explored. Beyond the glow of monitors, the world was changing in ways that would later shape the landscape Zuckerberg would navigate. The fall of the Berlin Wall in 1989 had marked the end of one era and the dawn of another, one where borders seemed to soften where ideas could travel faster than ever before. Globalization was no longer just an economic term. It was a quiet undercurrent in everyday life, felt in the music people listened to, the movies they watched, the way they began to connect across continents. The internet, still in its infancy, promised to erase distance entirely, though few could yet imagine how deeply it would do so. The year Zuckerberg turned 13, in 1997, Google was founded, a company that would later become both a rival and a mirror to his own work. But back then, it was just two students in a dorm room, much like he would one day be, tinkering with an idea that seemed small but held infinite possibility. The dot-com bubble swelled and burst in those years, a reminder that even the most dazzling innovations could falter. But the dream of the internet endured. And in the background, a cultural shift was taking place, the rise of a generation that would grow up digital, for whom the online world was not a novelty, but a second home. By the time Zuckerberg arrived at Harvard in 2002, the world was still trembling from the shock of 9/11. The early 2000s were a time of tension, of wars fought on distant soil and debates about privacy and security that would later echo in his own work. Yet on college campuses, life moved at its own pace. A bubble of youthful energy, late-night coding sessions, and the kind of spontaneous collaborations that often lead to unexpected breakthroughs. It was here, in the soft glow of dorm room screens, that Facebook began not as a global empire, but as a simple idea. A way for students to connect, to see each other's faces, to bridge the gaps between dormitories and dining halls. The mid-2000s, when Facebook took its first steps beyond Harvard, were a time of cultural crosscurrents. Social media was still a fledgling concept, with platforms like MySpace dominating the landscape, their pages cluttered with glittering graphics and auto-playing music. But Facebook emerged as something quieter, cleaner, a reflection of Zuckerberg's own preference for order, for systems that worked with minimal fuss. The iPod was revolutionizing music. Smartphones were just beginning to whisper their potential, and the idea of carrying the internet in one's pocket was still a marvel. In this world, Facebook grew steadily, not with the loud fanfare of a revolution, but with the quiet persistence of a tool that fit seamlessly into daily life. As the years unfolded, so too did the challenges and contradictions of the digital age. The Arab Spring showed the world the power of social media as a tool for protest and change, while debates about data privacy and misinformation began to simmer beneath the surface. Zuckerberg, now no longer a college student, but the face of a global phenomenon, found himself navigating questions far bigger than coding puzzles, questions about democracy, about human connection, about the ethics of the very networks he had helped build. The world had changed, and so had the weight of responsibility. Yet, through all this, the personal threads remained. The same boy who had once built a messaging system for his family still found joy in the act of creation, in the quiet satisfaction of solving problems, whether in lines of code or in the challenges of scaling a platform used by billions. The cultural shifts, the global events, the rise of mobile technology, all these things shaped Facebook, but they also shaped the person steering it. A reminder that even the most far-reaching innovations are born from human minds, with all their complexities and contradictions. And so, as you let these thoughts drift through your mind, picture not just the headlines or the controversies, but the quieter moments, the late nights in front of a computer, the thrill of watching an idea take shape, the ordinary human desire to connect. The story of Mark Zuckerberg is not just a story of technology, but of a particular time in history, a particular set of cultural currents, and a particular kind of curiosity that finds joy in building things as sleep draws nearer. Let these realizations soften the edges of the story. The digital age, for all its noise, is still made up of people who, like you, seek comfort in the quiet, in the steady rhythm of learning, in the small joys that make up a life. And in that thought, there is a gentle peace, a reminder that even the grandest narratives are woven from the same quiet threads that connect us all. Let the rhythm of these words carry you further into relaxation as we continue our peaceful journey. Mark Zuckerberg's impact on culture and society is like a slow-moving river, carving its path through the landscape of modern life, reshaping how people communicate, share, and even perceive the world around them. It began quietly, almost imperceptibly, with a dorm room project, a simple website meant to connect college students. But like a whisper that grows into a chorus, that small idea soon became something far larger, rippling outward until it touched nearly every corner of the globe. The story of that transformation is not just one of technology, but of human nature itself, how people long to be seen, to be heard, to belong. In the early days, Facebook was a digital yearbook, a place where students could share photos, interests, and updates with friends. It was intimate, uncomplicated, a reflection of the small social circles that defined campus life. But as the platform expanded beyond universities, something fascinating happened. People who had never met before began connecting across cities, countries, even continents. Grandparents reunited with long-lost relatives. Activists organized protests. Small businesses found customers they never would have reached otherwise. The world, in a sense, grew smaller, and yet the possibilities within it seemed to expand. This shift was not just technological, it was cultural. Before Facebook, the idea of sharing personal moments with hundreds, even thousands of people, was uncommon. But gradually, the boundaries of privacy softened. Birthdays, anniversaries, even everyday meals became things to post, to celebrate publicly. The line between private and public life blurred, and with it came new social norms. people began documenting their lives in ways that would have seemed strange just a decade earlier. The very concept of friendship evolved, no longer limited by geography or circumstance, but defined by digital interactions, by likes and comments and shared memories. Yet, through all this, the personal threads remained. The same boy who had once built a messaging system for his family still found joy in the act of creation, in the quiet satisfaction of solving problems, whether in lines of code or in the challenges of scaling a platform used by billions. The cultural shifts, the global events, the rise of mobile technology, all these things shaped Facebook, but they also shaped the person steering it. A reminder that even the most far-reaching innovations are born from human minds. With all their complexities and contradictions, the reception of Facebook was never uniform. For some, it was a revelation, a tool that made the world feel more connected, more alive. For others, it was a source of unease, a force that seemed to erode genuine human interaction. Over time, as the platform grew, so too did the debates around it. Concerns about privacy, misinformation, and the addictive nature of social media became part of the conversation. The same tool that had brought people together was now being scrutinized for its unintended consequences. Public perception shifted like sand, sometimes admiring, sometimes critical, but always engaged with the platform in some way. Even amid these debates, Facebook's influence on culture was undeniable. It changed how news was consumed, shifting power away from traditional media and into the hands of algorithms that determined what appeared in a person's feed. It altered the rhythms of daily life, with morning and evening scrolls becoming as habitual as checking the weather. It even shaped language itself, introducing terms like unfriend and status update into everyday speech. The way people thought about relationships, identity, and self-expression was forever altered by this quiet but relentless force. And then there were the quieter impacts, the ones that didn't make headlines but were just as profound. The way a shy teenager might find community in a niche group, the way an immigrant could stay close to family across an ocean, the way a grieving parent could share memories of a lost child and receive comfort from strangers who had never met them. These were the moments that reminded people that beneath the code and the controversies, Facebook was still, at its core, a tool made by humans for humans. The rise of mobile technology only deepened these changes. With smartphones, Facebook was no longer something people visited. It became something they carried with them, a constant companion. The notifications, the endless scroll, the instant gratification of a like or a comment, these things rewired habits, subtly but surely. Some lamented the distraction, the way conversations at dinner tables were interrupted by the glow of screens. Others embraced the convenience, the way they could share a thought, a photo, a moment with a tap of their finger. As sleep draws nearer, Let these realizations soften the edges of the story. The digital age, for all its noise, is still made up of people who, like you, seek comfort in the quiet, in the steady rhythm of learning, in the small joys that make up a life. And in that thought, there is a gentle peace, a reminder that even the grandest narratives are woven from the same quiet threads that connect us all. The lasting cultural footprint of Facebook is still being written. It is in the way people now expect to be able to reach anyone, anywhere, at any time. It is in the way businesses market themselves, no longer relying solely on billboards or commercials, but on targeted ads and viral posts. It is in the way political movements organize, no longer limited by physical rallies, but amplified through shares and hashtags. The world moves faster now, more interconnected than ever before. And though Facebook is no longer the only player in the game, its influence lingers in the habits it helped form, the expectations it helped set. And so, as you let these thoughts drift through your mind, picture not just the headlines or the controversies, but the quieter moments, the late nights in front of a computer, the thrill of watching an idea take shape, the ordinary human desire to connect. The story of Mark Zuckerberg is not just a story of technology, but of a particular time in history, a particular set of cultural currents, and a particular kind of curiosity that finds joy in building things. Perhaps that is the most enduring legacy, not the platform itself, but the way it reflected something fundamental about people. The need to share, to be part of something bigger, to leave a mark, however small, on the world. And as sleep settles in, let that thought be a comforting one. For all the changes, all the debates, all the noise of the digital age, the human heart remains the same, seeking connection, seeking meaning, seeking home. And in that quiet truth, there is rest. With the gentleness of falling snow, we transition now to another meaningful chapter in this life story. Long before Facebook became a household name, Mark Zuckerberg was just a curious child with a love for tinkering. One of the earliest stories about him involves a simple Atari basic programming book his father gave him when he was around 10 years old. Instead of just reading it, Mark devoured it, absorbing every line of code, every concept, until he began writing his own programs. By the time he was 12, he had created a messaging system called ZuckNet that connected the computers in his family's home to those in his father's dental office. It was a small, practical solution, just a way for the receptionist to alert the dentist when a patient arrived. But it hinted at something deeper. Even then, he was thinking about how to bridge gaps, how to make communications smoother, easier. In high school, his passion for coding only grew. He built a music player called Synapse that learned users' listening habits and suggested songs they might like. It was an early form of artificial intelligence, something far ahead of its time. Companies like AOL and Microsoft took notice, offering to buy the program or even hire the young programmer. But Mark turned them down. He wasn't interested in selling his work. He was more fascinated by the act of creation itself, the joy of seeing something he built come to life. When he arrived at Harvard, his reputation as a coding prodigy followed him. One of the lesser-known projects he worked on was a program called Course Match, which allowed students to see what classes their friends were taking and make decisions based on that. It was a simple idea, but it revealed something about how he thought. People make choices based on the people around them. Another project, Face Mesh, became infamous, a site that let students compare photos of their classmates and vote on who was more attractive. It was controversial, even landed him in trouble with the university. But it also showed his instinct for what captivated people. He wasn't just building tools, he was tapping into human behavior, the way people interacted, the way they competed, the way they connected. The early days of Facebook, then called the Facebook, were filled with the kind of scrappy energy that defines so many startup stories. The company's first office was a small sublet above a Chinese restaurant in Palo Alto. The space was cramped, the furniture was mismatched, and the smell of takeout often filled the air. Mark and his small team worked late into the night, sometimes coding until dawn, fueled by caffeine and the thrill of watching their creation grow. There's a story about how, in those early days, they used to print out the names of every new school that joined the platform and tape them to the wall. Each new addition was a small victory, a sign that what they were building was spreading. One quiet moment that stands out happened during a trip to Las Vegas. Mark and some of his team had gone to Unwind, but even there, work followed them. They ended up in their hotel room, laptops open, tweaking the site, making small improvements. At one point, they realized they had forgotten a critical cable. So they fashioned a makeshift solution using a coat hanger. It was that kind of resourcefulness that defined those early years, figuring things out as they went, solving problems with whatever they had on hand. As Facebook grew, so did the anecdotes around Mark's leadership style. He was known for his intense focus, his ability to zero in on a problem and work at it until it was solved. There's a story about how, during one of the company's early hackathons, all-night coding sessions, where employees worked on passion projects, Mark became so engrossed in a problem that he didn't realize the sun had come up when someone pointed it out. He simply shrugged and kept going. That relentless curiosity, that willingness to lose track of time in pursuit of an idea, was part of what drove the company forward. But there were lighter moments, too. He had a playful side, something that often came out in the company's internal culture. In the early days, Facebook had a tradition called the Facebook Fly, where employees would throw a toy airplane around the office. If it landed on your desk, you had to drop what you were doing and solve whatever problem was written on it. It was a small, silly ritual, but it kept the atmosphere loose, creative. Mark himself was known to participate, tossing the plane with a grin, enjoying the brief break from the intensity of building a global platform. One of the more revealing stories about Mark happened during a meeting with a potential investor. The investor, impressed by the young CEO, asked him where he saw the company in 5 years. Instead of giving a polished, rehearsed answer, Mark paused, then admitted he wasn't entirely sure. What he did know was that he wanted to keep building, keep improving, keep connecting people. That honesty, that lack of pretense, was refreshing. It wasn't about projecting certainty. It was about embracing the unknown, trusting that the work itself would lead somewhere meaningful. Over the years, as Facebook became a part of daily life for billions, Mark's personal habits remained surprisingly consistent. He still favored gray t-shirts and hoodies, a uniform that eliminated the need to think about what to wear each day. He maintained a habit of setting personal challenges, learning Mandarin, running a mile every day, reading a new book every 2 weeks. These weren't just whims. They were part of his philosophy of constant growth, of never staying stagnant. One of the most touching stories about him involves his relationship with his dog, Beast, a fluffy white Hungarian sheepdog. Beast became something of a celebrity in his own right, with his own Facebook page and even appearances in company meetings. But for Mark, the dog was more than a mascot. He was a reminder of life outside of work, of simple joys. There's a photo of Mark lying on the floor, nose to nose with Beast, both of them utterly content in that quiet moment. It's a small thing, but it's a glimpse of the person behind the public figure, someone who finds happiness in the uncomplicated, everyday moments. As you let these stories drift through your mind, picture not just the grand milestones, but the quiet in-between moments, the late-night coding sessions, the makeshift solutions, the playful traditions. The story of Mark Zuckerberg is not just one of innovation and influence, but of a person who found joy in the act of building, in the puzzle of human connection. And as sleep begins to settle over you, let that thought linger, the idea that even the biggest changes in the world often start with small, curious steps. With a child reading a programming book, with a team in a cramped room above a Chinese restaurant, with a simple desire to make things work just a little bit better. In that quiet truth, there is rest. As your eyelids grow heavier, we'll softly explore another dimension of this fascinating biography. As the years unfolded, Mark Zuckerberg's life took on a different rhythm, one that balanced the relentless pace of innovation with the quiet wisdom of reflection. The young man who once coded through the night in a dorm room had grown into a seasoned figure, his hair touched with silver, his gaze softened by time, yet still carrying that unmistakable spark of curiosity. His later years were marked not by the frenetic energy of startup culture, but by a deeper, more deliberate kind of work. Projects that spanned decades, initiatives that aimed not just to connect people, but to heal, to educate, and to bridge divides. One of his most enduring legacies was the Chan Zuckerberg Initiative, founded alongside his wife, Priscilla. What began as a pledge to give away the majority of their wealth evolved into a vast network of research, education, and healthcare programs. They funded breakthroughs in disease prevention, supported underprivileged schools, and invested in technologies that promised to make the world a little fairer, a little kinder. It wasn't about headlines or quick wins. It was about planting seeds that would grow long after they were gone. Scientists researching rare diseases credited their funding with accelerating cures. Teachers in remote classrooms spoke of students who, for the first time, had access to tools that let their imaginations soar. These were quiet victories, the kind that didn't always make the news, but they were the ones Mark cherished most. Even as he stepped back from the day-to-day operations of Meta, his presence lingered in the company's ethos. The virtual worlds he had once dreamed of, those vast, interconnected digital spaces, had become real, though not in the way anyone expected. They were less about escape and more about connection. Places where grandparents could stroll through digital gardens with their faraway grandchildren, where artists from opposite sides of the globe could collaborate as if they were in the same room. Critics had doubted the vision, called it impractical, even absurd. But over time, the skepticism faded into acceptance, then into ordinary, everyday use. People forgot how strange it had once seemed, just as they had forgotten how strange it once was to share photos online, or to message someone on the other side of the planet in an instant. At home, life moved at a gentler pace. Beast, the fluffy sheepdog who had been his constant companion in younger years, had long since passed, but his memory remained a touchstone for Mark, a reminder of the simple, grounding joys that kept him balanced. In his place were new dogs, each with their own quirks, each teaching him anew the patience and presence that pets so effortlessly embody. There were quiet mornings spent walking along the wooded trails near his home, afternoons lost in books that had nothing to do with technology, evenings where the only screens glowing were the ones that framed video calls with his children, their laughter filling the room. He often reflected on the journey, on the odd twists of fate that had taken him from a curious boy with a programming manual to a man whose work had reshaped the way billions of people lived. There were regrets, of course, missteps, miscalculations, moments when the weight of responsibility had felt crushing. But there was also pride, not in the scale of what he'd built, but in the individual stories that had unfolded because of it. The couple who met on Facebook and named their firstborn after him as a quirky tribute. The activist who used the platform to organize relief efforts after a natural disaster. The elderly woman who reconnected with a childhood friend after 60 years apart, all because of a single search. These were the threads that wove together the tapestry of his impact, small and vast, all at once. In his final public interviews, he spoke less about technology and more about people. He marveled at the resilience of humanity, at the way communities came together in crisis, at the stubborn, beautiful insistence of kindness, even in the face of division. The internet, he admitted, had not become the utopia he once imagined, but it had become something real, something flawed and human and endlessly surprising. And that, in the end, was enough. When the time came for others to take up the work, he did not cling to the spotlight. He slipped into the background with the same quiet determination that had marked his early days, content to let the next generation shape what came next. His name remained etched in history books, his influence woven into the fabric of modern life. But he himself became something of a myth, a figure half remembered in anecdotes, in old interviews, in the occasional nostalgic post shared by those who had grown up alongside his creations. And on the rare evenings when he allowed himself to wander through the digital worlds he had helped build, he would sometimes pause, watching avatars of strangers pass by, their voices murmuring in languages he didn't understand, their lives intersecting in ways he could never have predicted. In those moments, he felt not the weight of legacy, but the lightness of having been a small part of something so much larger than himself. As the years drifted into decades, his public appearances grew fewer, his voice quieter, but in the spaces between the noise, in the quiet hum of servers still connecting people across continents, in the classrooms where children learned with tools he had helped provide, in the hospitals where diseases he had funded research for were now being cured. There, his presence lingered, not as a titan, not as a billionaire, but as a man who had tried, in his own imperfect way, to leave the world a little better than he found it. And as you let these thoughts settle over you, like the softest of blankets, imagine that legacy not as a monument, not as a headline, but as a whisper, a gentle, persistent reminder that even the grandest stories are made of small, human moments, moments of curiosity, of connection, of a man and his dog, of late-night ideas scribbled on napkins, of quiet walks under ancient trees. In that whisper, there is peace. In that peace, there is rest. The gentle cadence of our story continues, flowing like a peaceful stream through the next chapter. In the quiet hours of the night, when the world slows and the glow of screens dims, the legacy of Mark Zuckerberg lingers like the soft hum of a distant radio. It is not just in the vast networks of code that connect billions, nor in the towering campuses where engineers still dream of the next frontier. It is in the quieter places, the unnoticed moments, the way a grandparent in Tokyo smiles as they video call a grandchild in Buenos Aires, the way a small business in Nairobi finds its first customer through an ad crafted with care, the way a student in Mumbai accesses a lecture from Harvard with nothing more than a smartphone and a flicker of curiosity. These are the threads of his legacy, woven into the fabric of daily life. So commonplace, now they barely draw attention. Yet so profound, they have reshaped the way humanity communicates. Over the years, the story of Facebook, later Meta, became less about a single company and more about the ripple effects it set in motion. Future generations would reinterpret its tools, sometimes in ways Zuckerberg himself could not have predicted. Activists in repressive regimes used encrypted messaging to organize under the radar of authoritarian eyes. Scientists collaborated across continents in virtual reality labs, their avatars standing side by side as if in the same room. Teachers in rural classrooms, once isolated, found themselves part of global communities, sharing lesson plans and inspiration across borders. The platform that began as a dorm room project had grown into something far larger, far messier, and far more human than anyone could have imagined. Yet, as with all great innovations, its influence was met with challenges. The questions Zuckerberg faced in his lifetime about privacy, about misinformation, about the very nature of human connection in a digital age did not fade with time. Instead, they were taken up by new voices, young thinkers who had grown up in the world he helped create. Some built alternatives, decentralized networks where users owned their data, where algorithms served not corporate interests, but individual agency. Others worked within the system, refining, regulating, reimagining what social media could be. The debates were fierce, but they were also necessary, a sign that the conversation he had started was still alive, still evolving. Among those inspired by his work were dreamers who saw beyond the controversies. A young engineer in Lagos, raised on free internet access programs funded by Zuckerberg's initiatives, went on to build an app that connected farmers with real-time crop prices. A group of students in Stockholm, moved by the potential of virtual reality, designed a therapy program for children with anxiety, letting them practice social interactions in a safe digital space. These were not direct descendants of his vision, but rather branches of a tree that had grown in unexpected directions, each one finding new ways to use the tools he had helped popularize. Even his critics played a role in shaping his enduring legacy. The push for greater transparency, for ethical design, for digital well-being, all of these were responses to the world he had helped create. And in time, those critiques led to something better. The next generation of technologists, perhaps humbled by the missteps of the past, built with more care, more intention. They spoke not just of connectivity, but of meaningful connection, not just of growth, but of balance. In this way, Zuckerberg's legacy was not static, but alive, adapting, learning, just as he had in his own lifetime. And then there were the quieter contributions, the ones that rarely made headlines, but lingered in the background of progress. The research labs funded by his philanthropy, where breakthroughs in disease detection and renewable energy quietly unfolded, the scholarships that sent first-generation students to universities they could never have otherwise afforded. The preservation of ancient languages through AI-driven translation projects, ensuring that voices once at risk of being lost could now be heard by future generations. These were not the flashy achievements of a tech titan, but the steady, patient work of a man who understood that legacy is built over decades, not days. As the years passed, the name Zuckerberg became less associated with a single person and more with an era, a turning point in how humanity related to technology. Historians would debate his impact, some calling him a visionary, others a cautionary tale. But in the homes of ordinary people, in the classrooms, the hospitals, the community centers, the story was simpler. It was the story of tools that, for all their flaws, had given people new ways to reach each other, to learn, to heal, to hope. And so, as you drift toward sleep, let the weight of that legacy settle gently around you. It is not a story of perfect triumph, nor of simple failure. It is a story of evolution, of a world forever changed by one person's curiosity, and of the countless others who took that spark and made it their own. Imagine, then, not the noise of headlines or the heat of debates, but the soft glow of a screen in a darkened room, connecting one person to another across the miles. In that quiet light, there is a kind of peace, a reminder that even the most complex legacies are, at their core, about the simplest of things: the human desire to reach out, to share, to belong. And in that thought, there is rest. The kind of rest that comes not from forgetting the past, but from knowing that the story is still being written, still being shaped by hands both seen and unseen. So breathe deeply, let the tension ease from your shoulders, and allow yourself to drift into the quiet certainty that the world moves forward, one connection at a time. Sleep now. The legacy will keep. Tomorrow is another day, and with it, another chance to add your own small, human thread to the tapestry. For now, just rest. Wrapped in the comfort of these words, we'll drift together into the next part of this soothing biography. Stories like the soft hum of distant voices through a quiet house often grow simpler with time. The rough edges smooth away, the complexities fade, and what remains is a shape that fits neatly into the stories we tell ourselves about success, about genius, about villains and heroes. The story of Mark Zuckerberg is no different. It has been told and retold so many times that the truth has blurred, like candlelight flickering against a wall, casting shadows that shift with every retelling. One of the most persistent myths is the idea that Facebook was born fully formed, a stroke of brilliance from a lone college student working in his dorm room. The reality is slower, quieter, more human. There were drafts and dead ends, borrowed ideas and collaborations, moments of doubt and bursts of inspiration. The early days were not a straight path, but a series of small experiments: face mesh, course match, the slow realization that people craved connection in a way no other platform had quite captured yet. The myth of the overnight success is comforting, but the truth is far gentler, far more ordinary. It was a story of trial and error, of late nights and early mornings, of something growing slowly into what it would eventually become. Another quiet distortion is the idea of Zuckerberg as either a pure visionary or a calculating villain, depending on who tells the tale. The truth, as always, is somewhere in between. He was young, ambitious, driven by curiosity as much as by competition. Some decisions were made with foresight, others with haste, still others with regret. The early controversies, the disputes over ownership, the accusations of betrayal were not the work of a mastermind, but of a person still figuring things out, making mistakes, learning as he went. The world likes its stories clear-cut, but people rarely are. Then there is the idea that Facebook was always meant to be what it is now, a global force, a place for news, for politics, for business, for everything. But in the beginning, it was simpler. A place to see what your classmates were up to share a photo, to say hello. The grand vision grew over time, shaped by users as much as by its creators. People used it in ways no one expected, and the platform adapted, sometimes gracefully, sometimes clumsily. The myth of a grand design overlooks the quiet truth that so much of history is just people responding to the moment, adjusting, evolving. Perhaps one of the most overlooked nuances is the role of others in the story. Eduardo Saverin, Dustin Moskovitz, Chris Hughes, Sean Parker, so many names that fade into the background of the Zuckerberg narrative. Yet, each played a part. The myth of the solitary genius erases the collaborators, the mentors, the friends who were there in the early days, offering ideas, support, even warnings. No creation is ever truly solitary, no matter how often we tell the story that way. And then there is the question of responsibility. The idea that Zuckerberg alone controls the vast, shifting currents of social media. The truth is more diffuse. Algorithms grow and change, shaped by engineers, by user behavior, by unintended consequences. Decisions are made by committees, by market forces, by the weight of millions of small actions. The myth of absolute control is comforting in its simplicity, but the reality is a web of influences, some deliberate, some accidental. Even the image of the hoodie-wearing, socially awkward prodigy is a kind of myth. It simplifies a person into a type, a character we recognize from other stories. The truth is that people are never just one thing. There were moments of shyness, yes, but also moments of fierce determination, of charm, of frustration, of ordinary human doubt. The caricature erases the quiet hours of work, the conversations with friends, the private joys and struggles that never make it into the headlines. And so, as the story drifts through time, it becomes harder to see the real shape of things. The myths are easier to hold onto: the genius, the villain, the overnight success. But the truth is softer, slower, more forgiving. It is a story of a person who built something that grew beyond him, of a tool that became a force, of intentions that collided with reality in ways no one could have predicted. If there is a lesson in all of this, it is perhaps that history is never as simple as we want it to be. The sharp edges blur with time, the nuances fade, and what remains is a story we can hold in our hands, turn over, examine from different angles, but the full truth is always just out of reach, like the memory of a dream upon waking. And so, as you drift toward sleep, let the weight of that legacy settle gently around you. It is not a story of perfect triumph, nor of simple failure. It is a story of evolution, of a world forever changed by one person's curiosity, and of the countless others who took that spark and made it their own. Imagine, then, not the noise of headlines or the heat of debates, but the soft glow of a screen in a darkened room, connecting one person to another across the miles. In that quiet light, there is a kind of peace, a reminder that even the most complex legacies are, at their core, about the simplest of things: the human desire to reach out, to share, to belong. And in that thought, there is rest, the kind of rest that comes not from forgetting the past, but from knowing that the story is still being written, still being shaped by hands both seen and unseen. So breathe deeply, let the tension ease from your shoulders, and allow yourself to drift into the quiet certainty that the world moves forward, one connection at a time. Sleep now. The legacy will keep. Tomorrow is another day, and with it, another chance to add your own small human thread to the tapestry. For now, just rest. Now, as we continue our gentle journey through this remarkable life, let us explore the next chapter. Mark Zuckerberg's story is one of quiet beginnings and vast, rippling consequences. Picture a dorm room at Harvard, the glow of a computer screen casting soft shadows on the walls as a young student taps away at a keyboard late into the night. There is no grand plan yet, no vision of empires or revolutions, just a simple idea, a way to connect people. From that small spark, a fire would grow, illuminating the world in ways no one could have predicted. It began as a way for students to share, to see one another's faces and lives across the digital divide. But like any great invention, it took on a life of its own. The Facebook, as it was first called, was a modest thing, a patchwork of code and curiosity. Yet it carried within it the seed of something enormous, a reimagining of how human beings relate to one another. Over time, it would become Facebook, then Meta, expanding beyond college campuses, beyond borders, beyond languages, until it was no longer just a website, but a kind of global village, a place where billions could gather without ever leaving their homes. There is something deeply human in that ambition to connect, to bridge gaps, to dissolve the loneliness that so often lingers in the corners of modern life. Zuckerberg, in his quiet, relentless way, helped build the scaffolding for that dream. And though the path was never smooth, though there were missteps and controversies, moments of hubris and hard lessons, the core of it remained a tool for people to find one another, to share their stories, to feel, if only for a moment, a little less alone. His legacy, like any great legacy, is not a single note, but a symphony of contradictions. He is remembered as a visionary, the architect of the social internet, the man who reshaped communication in the 21st century. Yet, he is also remembered for the shadows that came with that light, the questions of privacy, of misinformation, of the unintended consequences of a world bound together by algorithms. These are not flaws to be ignored, but threads in the larger tapestry, reminders that progress is never simple, never clean, never without cost. But perhaps that is the nature of all great change. It is messy, imperfect, full of trade-offs. Zuckerberg did not set out to reshape society, yet he did. He did not intend to become a symbol of both innovation and scrutiny, yet he has. And in that duality, there is something deeply relatable, for who among us has not dreamed of making a mark on the world, only to find that the world pushes back, demands more, refuses to be molded so easily. Today, his influence endures in ways both seen and unseen. The very idea of social media, of a digital identity, of a life lived partly online, these are now woven into the fabric of daily existence. Friendships are maintained across continents. With a click, families share milestones in real time. Movements find their voice in the collective hum of 1,000 shared posts. Love, grief, joy, outrage, all flow through the channels he helped create. It is a world he shaped, but it is no longer his alone. It belongs to all of us now, for better or worse. And yet, beyond the scale of his impact, there is something quieter, more personal in his story. The boy who coded late into the night, who believed in the power of connection, who saw in the cold logic of computers a way to warm the spaces between people. That boy is still there, in the foundation of everything he built. It is easy to forget, amid the noise of headlines and debates, that great things often begin as small things, as fleeting thoughts, as half-formed ideas, as the quiet determination of someone who simply wanted to solve a problem. So as you think of Mark Zuckerberg's life, his achievements, his legacy, let your mind soften around the edges. There is no need to judge, to weigh, to resolve the contradictions tonight. Instead, let them exist as they are: complex, layered, human. The story is still unfolding, after all. The final chapters have not been written, and in that uncertainty, there is a strange kind of comfort, for it means that the future is still malleable, still open to new hands shaping it in new ways. As you drift toward sleep, Imagine not the weight of legacy, but the lightness of possibility. The internet, the world, the connections between us all, they are still young, still evolving. What comes next will be built by countless hands, yours included. But for now, there is no need to think of tomorrow. Let the glow of the screen fade into the darkness. Let the hum of the digital world recede like a tide going out. Breathe in, breathe out. Feel the quiet of the room around you, the softness of the blankets, the steady rhythm of your own heart. The story will keep. The connections will endure. But in this moment, there is only rest. Sleep now. Let the thoughts dissolve like mist in the morning sun. Tomorrow is another day, another chance to add your voice to the chorus. For now, just close your eyes and let the silence carry you away.